shall inherit the properties and methods of objects Earth. Because the geeks shall inherit the properties and methods of objects Earth.
And we are setting up for a live presentation. And see if I can get all my guys in here. It's going to be okay. So I'm going to get Corey. And where's Michael at?
Testing,
Howdy.
testing.
Yep, I hear you.
Testing.
Okay, great.
Okay. Let's see. So are you able to share your video then? Or actually, let's see.
I actually don't see any icons to let me do it. I have raise hand and chat.
As you're talking. So, and you are, oh, I got to promote you as a panelist though. Okay. There we go. And gotta promote Corey. I got your video now, but I don't have your audio. So you have to unmute yourself. Or is it me? Let's see.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, gotcha.
Excellent. Okay.
All right.
Okay, testing.
And Corey's there too.
Corey, you're here.
All right.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Well, we're actually right at noonish. So let's see. I can see here, Jim. Must be, oh, Scott Hunter. Okay. All right. Can everybody hear me and everyone now? Let's see if we can let everybody chat real quick here. Yep. Okay. Diddling. Did you guys actually hear that chime too?
Not just now.
Oh, good. Good. That's my desktop. I was making sure that, because I got emails and I had to turn off my Discord because it's like blowing up constantly with all the notifications.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
So, okay, cool. All right. Well, welcome. This is a first actual Zoom presentation through CRX 2020. And so today we have Beam Cannon. And so I guess you might as well introduce you and your partner that's actually in audio only. And go ahead and just take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am Mike, and with me, as always, is Corey. We always say that in all our videos. Say hi, Corey.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
And yeah, as Jim was saying, we are a Bitbeam Canon. We are formerly, or I guess technically still are, pro pixel artists who left the industry for the most part, or at least mainstream studios, to start developing indie developing retro games. And I actually should start sharing my screen, come to think of it. Oh, well, hold on. Host disabled screen sharing. It looks like you might have to turn on my screen sharing ability, Jim. Can you hear us, Jim? I think you're muted, Jim, now.
Yeah, you guys should be okay now.
Oh, okay, excellent. So let's try that again. Yep, there we go. Okay. All right. And that hopefully is working. Zoom disappeared on me. This is my first time using Zoom too, but everybody can still hear me. Can you see my
looks
web
good.
browser? Okay, excellent. Okay, so yeah, so I can go into our different portfolios just so you could see some of the work we've done in the past. One of the most recent fairly profile things that people may have seen is I did a lot of the character sprite animations for Thor: God of Thunder for the Nintendo DS, and Corey also worked on a lot. We've done countless mobile and handheld games over a decade plus, and I'll pull up Corey's portfolio now. It's taking a minute. Bandwidth issues. There we go. Corey has also worked on a lot of different 2D and 3D games, including one of the more recent ones is it called Gun Busters, right? Is that right?
It wasn't that recent. It was Gun Bros. It was around
Gun
the
Bros.
time. Yeah, around the time mobile was starting to really get heavy into smartphones and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. So anyway, the reason we are here at this expo is our two current projects we're working on are both making their way to classic Amiga computers. And so the one that I think most Amigans know about already is Metro Siege, which is a two-player co-op beat 'em up game very much inspired by Final Fight and Streets of Rage 2. It was a favorite genre of mine. I used to play these sorts of games constantly with my brother growing up, and it always bothered me that while the Amiga had a lot of really great, especially computer style games, and quite a few very good shmups and stuff like that, the really specific console and arcade style games like beat 'em ups, there weren't a lot of really competitive games of that genre. So finally, I got contacted by the creators of a fairly recent Amiga game, Worthy, through the different Facebook Amiga groups. And they basically provided us with the opportunity to to make this long dream of mine a reality, to just try to make a really AAA quality beat 'em up game on the Amiga. And so that's what we've been working on that end. And the cool thing about Metro Siege is it's being developed from the ground up by Alex Brown, again, the programmer of Worthy. It's so great to work with a programmer of his caliber and dedication to just really taking the time to optimize and work out all the cool hardware banging tricks to really get as many big characters with a lot of moves, parallax scrolling, a lot of colors on screen. And it really is like Corey and I both are like really kind of hardcore retro pixel artists. We love learning the technical constraints of classic systems and figuring out how we can work around and within those constraints to make it look like those constraints don't even exist. And so it's been a blast so far, and we're making some really good progress on it. And in a little bit, we'll get back to this. And instead of just looking at this trailer video, I'll actually play a bit of level 1 of Metro Siege and show the different moves and how sophisticated the combat engine has become. It's got a similar move count to something like Streets of Rage 2, but on top of that, as you could see in the video, sometimes you can block. A well-timed block leads to counterattacks. You can hit enemies once they're down. And if you're down on the ground, enemies can try to hit you while you're down on the ground as well, and you could actually roll out of the way. So I'll be showing more of that more directly. And the other project that we're working on is Damon Claw. And the interesting thing about this game's development is Corey and I are actually developing this game. We've been developing it from scratch starting a bit over a year ago, using a modern development system for modern platforms called Construct, or Construct 3 is the most recent version. And the interesting thing about it is we're sort of getting a game that will eventually run on classic Amiga done in a roundabout way. While Alex is busy working on Metro Siege, we're making this game on the side with, like I said, that modern engine that doesn't require like real code with real careful attention to syntax, and it's a great tool for making to allow even just some artists to make a high quality 2D game. And so after we're done making this game, and we're doing all of the graphics and everything exactly compliant to the technical constraints of classic Amiga. And then when the game is done, or at least the first version of the game is done, that's when, or it might start slightly sooner, but a very good Amiga programmer is going to make the actual port of Damon Claw to the Amiga. And we're probably at that point, we'll probably have released the non-Amiga version, at least to some degree, gotten a lot of feedback. And then, so when we have that extra time while the Amiga version is being developed, we're probably going to tweak things even further and probably even add a new additional level or something like that. So that's the more indirect way we're working on this project. But all the graphics you see there, the vast majority, except for the player character, all that art and animation was done by Corey, and yeah, he's just doing an incredible job getting really great looking graphics out of some fairly severe color constraints. That background, we'll go into more of the technical stuff later, but each of the back layers of each of these levels, as far as the Amiga is concerned, it's 2 colors, and we're just using the copper or coprocessor to change one of the colors every few scan lines. So that is Damon Claw. And then there is another cool project we're working on that's currently waiting in the back burner until we finish the other ones. But this one is obviously based on 8-bit Nintendo style graphics, but this is also being built in Construct. And then we'd love eventually someday to support it, to port it to other platforms, including 8-bit Nintendo and hopefully also Amiga, which is very likely to happen based on other stuff that we're going to announce. So pardon me if you don't mind, I just need to quickly check my bullet points to see where I am. Oh yeah, there's another thing that we wanted to mention is we're not just working on these game projects, we also make a lot of YouTube content. And that ranges from Corey will be making tutorial videos and for doing pixel art, and we already have a long series of a fun series we call Forensic Pixology, which is where Corey and I, 2 pro, veteran pro pixel artists, will actually look at and analyze and give analysis to the pixel art, and not just from an aesthetic standpoint, but also from a technical standpoint, why decisions were made based not only on game design and just the way to make things look a certain way, but every bit as importantly, a lot of times art decisions were made due to technical constraints and not just the whim of an artist or an art director. So if that kind of thing might interest you, even if you're not an artist yourself, or especially if you are an aspiring game maker, or you're working on a game, or an aspiring pixel artist, I think there's some really good information and entertainment to be had in those videos. And then there's quite a few videos I've done showing different tricks that you can use in Amos, that great programming language for the Amiga, to get, in fact, I should mention that going back to Damon Claw, the original prototype of Damon Claw was done, sorry about the slow loading of the website here, but yeah, the original demo, oh, I just accidentally went back to the Damon Claw page, but the original prototype of Damon Claw was done on Amos, and just to prove I had this theory of whether or not I could get that level of parallax scrolling even on Amos on a classic Amiga to run well. And so I actually share the code of that original prototype, and there's a video explaining it where I discuss with Mike Ness the trickery that was used. He helped program and optimize. Mike Ness is a great member, a longtime member of the Amiga and Amos community, who really helped me get that working at a nice, smooth 30 frames per second frame rate with all that parallax. So there's a lot of stuff. Another demo I made a really long time ago with Amos was a trick that you can use if you set up your palettes in really careful ways and use the set Bob command in Amos. You can actually get very similar to mode 7 translucent color effects, as in like with the Super Nintendo, with very little overhead or drops in FPS or anything like that. So again, I provide, there's a video that explains it, and there's also the actual code you can download to sort of copy that. And of course, if it works in Amos, it'll work in C or assembly or anything like that for people that are using the more hardcore real programming languages to make something. Same thing here. This shmup demo that I made, this also runs on classic Amiga. I think also at 30 frames per second, although I haven't checked it on a real Amiga lately. But it uses some clever trickery to get some parallax scrolling, and it's putting use to the transparent or translucent color effect. And there's another cool thing you could do with classic systems that have indexed color mode, like like the Amiga did. It costs next to nothing for memory and nothing for performance to change the entire palette of your game on screen at any time. So I came up with this little system: when there are explosions on the screen, the whole background can tint red and then fade back to the original palette. And it's a really nice effect, and it's cumulative. Like, I pre-made several different palettes, each with the background, like really red and then going back to normal. And then I actually detect how many explosions are currently going on screen, and it'll set the redness of the background based on how many explosions are going, and then it'll continually fade that out. So you could probably see that if the frame rate is keeping up on my screen share. You could see that in this video here. And then there's a tool I created called Rainbow Ripper, which Rainbow was the name of the command in Amos to get a lot of to change one color index, to change its RGB value per scan line. And so this was a way, it was very time consuming and frustrating for an artist to go in and type coordinates and RGB values instead of visually edit what they want the colors to be, to change all the colors. This was when I was making the original prototype of this game, Damon Claw. Remember that that background is 2 colors, and I could only change one color to make it look like a much more colorful background. And when I first started, I was doing it with a bunch of lines of code, like at this coordinate, change it to this RGB value. And it was taking forever, and it was really dissuading me to iterate and really perfect it. So I realized I needed to take a little bit of time and just make a tool that would allow me as an artist to just make an actual image with that sort of vertical strip of all the color changes, exactly where and what color I wanted. And then this tool in Amos, and I share the Amos code again, it'll actually load in that image, analyze it, and create the actual code for the rainbow commands that you can then copy and paste right into your game. So that makes getting the most out of your Amos games, making them look as good as possible, a lot easier. So obviously combining these things, basically I show how you can get parallax scrolling, a lot of on-screen colors, and put really good use, and get a translucent effect. So like that's a big thing. Like I've been an Amigan since I was a teenager, like I said, and I just love sharing this information, and not only making games for Amiga, but helping others that want to make games for Amiga, show them cool tricks that they can use that can help increase the visual quality of their games. So let me get back to the bullet points. How's it going? Everyone can still hear me okay and everything?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, awesome. Let's see here. All right. Oh, another fun type of video that we do is we've started let's playing classic arcade and console games. So usually it's Corey and myself, and sometimes I think we've done one so far, but we definitely plan on doing others with Amiga Bill. So sometimes we have guests if it's a 3-player or more game, and you can check that out. Those are a lot of fun. And again, even when we do let's plays, the kind of discussion we're having while we're playing is much more geared around visual design and gameplay design and stuff like that as pixel artists and game developers. So that is it for the videos, I believe. And then one thing, another great treasure to the Amiga community, if you're into this really technical stuff, is a member of the community who goes by the name Code Tapper. And he's got a fantastic website. And the really cool thing, like I really loved once I discovered this and kind of befriended Code Tapper, he has an incredible understanding. He like reverse engineered, he decompiled a lot of these most impressive classic Amiga games. And he goes really into depth explaining exactly how the programmers were able to get all of the on-screen parallax scrolling and colors and all that stuff. And as you can see, it gets really technical, but it's really cool for those who want to understand or just make a classic Amiga game and really do all the cool hardware banging tricks that made the Amiga so memorable to people in my generation that were lucky enough to have exposure to the Amiga or have one in their house. And I actually did make a demo with Code Tapper. Unfortunately, he ran out of time to work on it in a while, but I can actually show you. Come to think of it, let's see. I think I might need to change what I'm screen sharing. I don't think I'm sharing the whole screen. I think I was just sharing the browser window. Once I get my mouse back from AmiKit loading, I'll switch over. Sorry about that. Can you tell me, Corey, does anyone see this AmiKit screen, or is it just the browser still?
I believe it's just the browser still. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can fix that. Let me have to, oops. Quit back out of this. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. I am not used to Zoom.
Hey, we're all learning here.
Yeah, the controls are completely okay. I think I just found them. Yeah, new share. Yeah, there's the browser. All right. Well, hopefully, once I get this running, it'll show up as an option. All right. Does anyone have any elevator? Oh, software failure. That wasn't nice. Anyone have any elevator music to play while I try to get this working? Sorry, it's just AmiKit just crashed on me when I tried to start it. Luckily, it restarts very quickly.
We have no music, but maybe Corey can give some history on himself since he.
Good idea. Great
idea.
idea.
Yeah. That speaking of mobile games, that was how me and Mike first met back in the day. Long ago, working at Glue Mobile, and I had worked. He had worked at various other places before that, and me as well. And we were working on mobile games during the time before smartphones, when it was all flip phones and things like that. So there was this brief period of a need for all of these companies like Gameloft and all of them needing, pixel artists and everything. And so we were a couple of those guys that ended up in that position. And we were there at these companies when they transitioned into into smartphones and things like that. So we worked on lots of different things via Glue Mobile and other places. And so after that, I like we kind of went separate ways for a while, and reconnected not too many years, I guess, after that, and started working together on various various art pack related stuff for Brash Monkey and stuff like that. Mike had contacted me, and we eventually had the idea of Bitbeam Canon and just creating games themselves via that. So, and here we are, kind of doing that, So
There, I think I finally got it running. Perfect timing. So yeah, we both have just a great love of classic console and arcade games, and very similar tastes visually,
Yeah,
though a
definitely,
big
yeah.
range between us for sure. And we both like the same sort of games. So the more we collaborated together creatively and just discussed our favorite games, it became obvious it would be a lot of fun to work on projects together. And once we did, like a great example is Damon Claw. Like I said, that really started as kind of a very almost disposable proof of concept. Like I just had an itch to scratch as a creative person and Amigan. Could I make that level of parallax work on Amos? But then once Corey got involved, and there was the potential of making it a full game, and Corey started taking on a lot of the art, uh, just it was like a creativity explosion. Like what happens with just collaboration with someone that's a really good collaborator, and with people that really I forget the word, like, is it synchronicity or whatever? Like we just
Right.
we bounce ideas really well off each other, and stuff like that, and it just became a very meaningful project with really, like, we really loved evolving the gameplay and the plot and all this stuff, and eventually we tied it into this much bigger entire franchise that I had been working on for a long time. And it just, the game that became Damon Claw and the whole franchise that will someday be from this just got so enriched by the collaborative work, and just taking this very mundane demo in the first place just into like a very very fully realized game of its own. So anyway, I'm going to run the Shadow of the Gods demo now. Let me see if it supports the controller. So this runs on classic Amiga. Screen sharing has stopped. That's not good. So no one can see my screen again?
No, it's just your video feed. So
Yeah, why did it just do that? So was it never showing it? Because it looked like
it
it
was for a
told me it
second.
was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I didn't
was
do anything.
showing
That's not
up
good.
until you ran it, I guess.
All right, that's not good. All right, let's try this again one more time. Now that I have the game running. Oh, yep. Okay. Hopefully this will work. Share. Let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, excellent. So this game was programmed by Code Tapper in assembly. I'm pretty certain it runs at 60 frames per second. And what's cool about it is all this layered scrolling, everything except for that middle layer that the character would be walking on, that's made with nothing but sprites. And if you're familiar with the classic Amiga hardware, it was notoriously weak, sort of out of the box, or like on paper, it was notoriously weak for sprites. You only had 16 pixel wide 3-color sprites to work with in general. Or if you had more than 8 pixels, not 8 pixels, more than 8 sprites on the same scan line, you'd get that sprite flickering that you're familiar with like the 8-bit Nintendo and all that stuff. But later on in the Amiga's life, clever programmers realized you could sort of juggle memory on the fly. I think with the copper, I could be wrong, or DMA or something. And yeah, like I said, I'm an artist. I understand the concepts, but not necessarily the exact technical jargon. But basically, you're able to repeat the same sprite across the screen over and over again to fill the whole screen. So some really amazing games from a technical standpoint started using this trick to get to create background layers with sprites instead of going into the on paper option of like Amiga does have a dual playfield mode, but that's also very limited. If you use the real dual playfield mode, you're stuck with each playfield having 7 colors plus a background color or clear. And that's already very limiting, even if you're thinking like a console person. And well, that's not too bad. But then when you realize on classic Amiga, you don't have a lot of sprites to go around. So you're going to have to create all of your enemies and explosions and pickups with glitter objects, which have to use the same colors as the foreground layer. So if a great example of very valiant effort and very high quality game that was done using those traditional methods and using real dual playfield mode is Mr. Nuts on the Amiga.
Right.
It mostly looks great. It's a very, very competently done sort of Sonic clone.
Yeah,
But if you really, go ahead.
Yeah,
yep.
we looked at that one, didn't we? In our Amiga video. I can't remember if it was in the video or if it was just us talking about it. But yeah,
no,
yeah.
it was in the video, and it's
Okay.
specifically in the forensic pixology video dedicated to the Amiga.
Right.
And we're actually going to do a sequel of that video dedicated to AGA. So that first video was specifically OCS and ECS Amigas. But anyway, so you can imagine that limitation, no matter how good of a pixel artist you are, if you have to make, the ground, the dirt, the tree bark, wood, everything out of, and like tree leaves and anything else out of 7 colors. And then, by the way, you also have to use those same 7 colors for any pickup, any enemy, any explosion. The people that did it best pretty much is Mr. Nuts. Like I said, using the Amiga very much like it's a weakened Mega Drive kind of in that way, because you don't have the sprite power to add those extra colors and to have each sprite or character or explosion using its own 16 color palette, or at least there are 4 16 color palettes to choose from for each sprite. So anyway, point is, once they figured out they could use this technique, you could keep a full 16 color or even 32 color foreground layer. So your foreground graphics and your characters and explosions and enemies, they could all be really nice and colorful, and you could still have a nice looking background. And you could see all those layers of sort of sliced parallax scrolling, the mountains, the clouds, the moon, the tree lines, even the water. And you can notice the water is animated. That's all using the repeating sprite trick. And then we use that other trick where you can change the Z order of the sprites at any scan line. And so that bottom row of really up close grass that scrolls even faster to add another layer of depth, that's also sprites. So you could see, just when you learn the hardware banging tricks, and an artist that's willing to learn to work within these limitations of, like, obviously if you're creating a background by repeating sprites, you have to get good at hiding the fact that it's a repeating pattern. You have to try to make it look as non-repeating as possible. And like one of the tricks I did there, obviously up in the sky, there were a few leftover sprites. So I put a moon up there. And just by the color usage and the way I drew the moon, it looks like that cloud layer is translucent and it's going over the top of the moon and the bottom edge of the moon. But that's just an optical illusion. The moon is on top. And I just drew the moon with that missing detail there to make it look like the clouds are translucent and going over them, over the moon. And then a little harder thing to see is, in the case of the mountains, I drew a couple of different tops, like caps to some of the mountain shapes, and we're kind of placing them by hand, so to speak, on in a couple of places to break up that monotony of the same exact pattern on the top of the mountains, because that otherwise that's where you would notice, that's where it would be the most obvious that you have a repeating pattern. And then, of course, we're using the great copper coprocessor to change that. Whole background is made out of 3 color sprites. So we're just changing the colors almost every scan line of those sprites. So we're slicing how fast they scroll, like their exposition. We're changing what colors they're going to display. And in the case of the water, we're even animating them. So anyway, I hope someday Code Tapper gets more free time and can start working on, I would love to turn this into a full engine and eventually a whole game. But the other thing we like to do, as I said, is share tricks, share tools, to really inspire and encourage and help people to make their games as good as possible, as quickly and painlessly as possible. Right, I'm going to exit out of this, so I'm sure the screen share will stop. Let's see here. Quit. All right, so now you don't see anything from my screen, I'm assuming. How are we on time? Oh, we're already a half hour into things. Time flies. Let me get back onto the bullet points. Let's see. And let me know, Corey, if there's anything along the way that I seem to be forgetting.
I just
Right.
unmuted Corey finally, so he can
Okay.
talk again.
Yeah.
Hey, let you know too, we've got plenty of time, so don't worry about stretching it, because the 12 o'clock or the 1 o'clock event, we're going to be moving, so you've got plenty of time.
Oh, okay. Well,
So no worries.
great. All right. Hopefully we won't need to go that long, but it's good to know that we won't have to compress
We're going to do a
things
Q&A
much.
still, so you're going to get a lot of questions.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sure.
Fantastic.
Right.
I look forward to that. So let's see. Visit.
Yeah, and really just at that point,
Mhm.
getting into specific tools,
Yes.
like that, is kind of where we were
Thank you for getting me back on
going from that.
track, Corey. Hold on. I'm going to start sharing my screen again in a second. I just need to get myself organized here. So let me get back to our website. And all right, yeah, okay. I know what will be good to share. So it's a little more difficult with the way I can't share my whole screen. I have to share a window at a time and then switch. So apologies, everyone. Now I need to get Zoom back. There we go. All right. Get back to the website and share. Okay, so let me know when you can see the screen. Is that working?
Mhm.
It should be our webpage on the Classic Amiga section. Okay, so when I was contacted by John and Alex, who had made Worthy, about making a game, they asked me, I had done several mock-ups of different games that I would love to someday make for Amiga to prove that like really high quality arcade and console style games like that could really be done. They asked which of those mock-ups I would like to make if I had the chance to actually get it made. And we decided very quickly that a beat 'em up game would be the most impressive and the most kind of really missing from the Amiga library already. And it's, like I said, it's happens to be my favorite genre of game anyway. So the cool thing was, I mentioned to Alex, the programmer, in our first conversation, that in order to really pull off a very high caliber, like really get a lot of big characters on screen with a lot of moves, the only way we were going to fit that in memory and sort of performance was with a modular animation technique, which is creating a character out of a bunch of little separate body parts, like a little head image and chest and so on. And for most frames of most animations, you're just repositioning the different images relative to each other to create your new frame of animation. So instead of each frame of animation being a whole big giant image, it's just the coordinate data for each of the body parts. And then obviously you can switch. So if someone gets whacked in the head, there'll be a new head image of them reacting to having been whacked in the head.
Yeah,
but
and we were both,
go ahead.
just speaking to our history, we were both
Yeah.
very used to that sort of thing in the early mobile game days. Doing
Right.
these little J2ME games, you'd have severe memory limitations. So that was how you had to build a lot of the even tiny pixel art characters sometimes,
Right.
and get a lot of movement out of them. So yeah, it works. It translates perfectly for the Amiga because of that limited sprite capability. Yeah. So
Yeah, and the fact that because you're not using sprites, you're using blitted objects, you're using bobs.
right.
And the cool thing about bobs, like the trade-off is you have to clean up the screen every time you draw down a bob. So there's definitely a performance hit if you put a ton of bobs on screen. But the great thing is if you're double buffering, which virtually every game did, this is all technical stuff. But the important thing is you don't get that same flickering, and you don't have to worry, oh, how many bobs that are how wide do you have on a given scan line? So that's really nice for assembling a character out of body parts. If you tried to do that with sprites, you'd have to like do it in a really limited way where each sprite like ends at a perfect horizontal line coincidentally to so that they're not overlapping, because when they overlap, now the odds that you've got a bajillion sprites per scan line and your characters would be flickering like crazy. So the nice thing about bobs are you can draw down all those little body parts for each character, and you don't have to worry about how many body parts are being drawn per scan line or anything like that. So that's what one of the things that Corey was hinting at. So yeah, and there are a lot of other fairly severe limitations that are not common to consoles that the Amiga has. Don't get me wrong, the Amiga can do a lot of amazing stuff, but you have to do it in a more roundabout way, a more sort of tricky way. But yeah, so the cool thing was I mentioned to Alex that we would need to use this technique, and I mentioned that I happened to like 10 or like 15 years ago, I think, I had made the first ever prototype of the tool that's now known as Spriter, which is a 2D modular animation tool. I made the very first prototype a really long time ago using multimedia fusion, just another like an older like click and create game, a game making tool. Um, and but it was functional, and I just, because I was not a real programmer, I just made it save out data for these animation frames in plain English in a text file. But so I mentioned this to Alex, and he said, "Oh yeah, well, do you think you could make me an example project, an example file?" So I quickly whipped up a little character animation with my old prototype tool that, thank goodness, I kept all these years. And So I gave him that example file, and I went to bed. I woke up and he had it working, playing back perfectly on real Amiga, on real Amigas, on what I think on what had been the Worthy engine, which has now evolved into the Metro Siege engine. And a really cool thing is the Metro Siege engine during development of Metro Siege is also evolving into what Alex has called Engine 9000. And the plan is to reuse this engine and to add more and more flexibility to it so that it can be used to create a lot of games. And one of the official announcements we're making here at this event is we can now officially say that same programmer, Alex, who's made Metro Siege, I can't speak, who's made Metro Siege what it is so far, he is going to officially be doing the port of Damon Claw to Amiga, and it's built right on top of the same engine that's being used on Metro Siege. So you could see how smoothly and how impressive Metro Siege runs. So Damon Claw, the port of Damon Claw, should be incredibly high quality, that we should not have to drop any quality. In fact, we might actually be able to add a few bells and whistles when we finally make the sort of ultimate edition via the Engine 9000, which again will work from day one on classic Amiga once it's done. But the other great thing, one of the many great things about the development system and the engine Alex set up is it's fairly quick and painless for him to actually export the game to not only run on classic Amiga, but to run on modern platforms like Windows, Xbox One, probably Switch, and things like that. So both of these games will be coming to modern platforms and classic Amiga. And that is one other thing I did want to get into. Like of the two of us, Corey and myself, I am, like I said, I grew up with the Amiga and loving it. I learned pixel art on the Amiga. And I always had this desire to make games for the Amiga that I'm really thrilled that I'm finally doing now. But at the same time, there's been like a paradigm shift that really made making games for Amiga much more interesting and much more viable, not just for an Amigan, but for someone who actually wants to be an indie game developer, and actually survive and make a living doing it. So the big changes now, it is very possible, which Alex has proved, you can work on modern development platforms and engines, but still export your game to run on classic Amiga, but also all the modern platforms. So what Corey and I are really trying to do, and of course, so is the entire Metro Siege team with Alex and John, who, by the way, John is doing an absolutely incredible job with the soundtrack of the game. Um, we're really we're not just trying to make the best Amiga beat 'em up game ever. We're just trying to make a really good, very appealing retro beat 'em up game that will hopefully appeal to a massive audience. Retro, that's the great thing. That's one of the paradigm shifts. Retro games are huge. And my kids, who are like, 10 years old, and my oldest just turned 14, they love pixel art games. And you've seen the success of games like Shovel Knight, and there are so many. I'm already a Steam publisher, so it won't be hard to get our games on that marketplace with potentially, there's millions of potential customers, and there's a huge amount of people out there that are very interested and willing, who may have never heard of the Amiga. And as an Amigan, the cool thing for me is I get to really, like, Corey and I, we were going to make retro games anyway. And we happen to inherit this incredible team and this incredible engine and the support of Alex and John to make this retro game, make it very high quality. And it's not just a retro style game. It's actually a game that we get the bragging rights. It runs on 30-something-year-old classic computers. And so like that's a big deal for so long, for so many years, being an Amiga fan and thinking about taking the time and pursuing making a whole game, and so many other people that ended up doing it. The attitude was kind of like, well, there's no chance in ever seeing a dime really, or getting anywhere near your money back on the time investment to make the game. So I'll keep it humble. You know what I mean? I'll keep it a very humble project. I'll just do it on the side. And so the point is, for people that just are really passionate game developers and really want to make a go at making a living of it, now there's no potentially no negative to making your game happen to run on Amiga. So you can get that, you could scratch that nostalgic itch and that love for the Amiga that you might have without it being detrimental, without you limiting the potential consumer base to only the Amiga community. And the other great thing for the Amiga community because of that is now we could introduce the Amiga and actually make people care who may have never heard of it. When we have Metro Siege up on Steam and on Switch and stuff like that, we can say in the about screen and in the credits, by the way, this game, it's not just retro style, it runs on classic 30 something year old Amiga computers. So that's a potential way. And then the other thing, the other point I wanted to make that I made back at Amiga 34, I did a little presentation there as well. As a community, it's so amazing. The amazing strides have been made over the years, and especially recently, in powering up Amos and adding full AGA support to Amos, making these tools, including the one I have, making entire game engines available. One fairly recent development is the Scorpion engine by Eric Hogan, which, if you've not heard about, please do go on our, you can find it directly on our website. If you go to the Classic Systems Amiga page at bitbeamcanon.com and scroll down near the bottom, you'll see we have links to the Scorpion engine info and videos and stuff like that. And you can actually download the engine. And that is very much in development, rapidly developing and improving modern development systems. So you can make your Amiga game on the comfort of your Windows PC, you know, with a really high resolution screen and far less memory limitations and stuff like that. You can use a very comfortable modern development system to make a game that you can then actually compile to run on your classic Amiga computers. So that's really cool, and he's doing a great job. And one really cool thing about that is Eric contacted me and asked if he could add support for that prototype modular animation tool that we're using to animate all the characters in Metro Siege. And so the Scorpion engine has support for that same kind of animation system. So it's getting more and more powerful. It's just fantastic. And Eric has started reprogramming my prototype animation tool to make a good, modern, very stable version. My old program is pretty crusty these days, and there are several bugs that can be annoying and slow down development a bit. So the fact that he's making a whole new replacement that's compatible with his engine is great. Hopefully we'll be able to use it to finish Metro Siege once it's done. But just for everyone that ends up using the Scorpion engine, that's going to be just an incredible, not only the engine itself, but the animation tool is really going to make it stand out as an incredible game authoring system. So my point was, the more we do this as a community and make entire engines that are easy to use and entire development systems that are easy to use, and most importantly, if we make these engines able to compile the game so that they'll run on modern systems as well, even if it's via an emulation wrapper, because now I don't know if anyone that's been following this, but I think it's Aros. They made an open source replacement to the like Kickstart ROMs of Amiga. So theoretically, you could make a legally redistributable game, Amiga game that's running on an emulation wrapper, but no one would know. It's just an executable icon. They double click it, it runs the game. Little do they know, it's unless you tell them that it's emulating a classic Amiga system to run their game. So that's the worst case scenario, which should certainly work. And if not, there are these engines like Engine 9000 that, and hopefully eventually the Scorpion engine, and hopefully eventually more, that will allow this very convenient, comfortable development platform. So if I, as a developer, had never heard of the Amiga, but I really wanted to make a legit retro game, and then I found out just on the different game authoring websites and like indie dev groups and stuff like that, if I found out there was a great game editor that would allow me to make my retro game of my dreams, if I hadn't known what an Amiga was yet, I certainly would be very interested in finding out. And if I could export the game to modern platforms and Amiga, and maybe even also stuff like Neo Geo or Mega Drive, that could attract an incredible number of retro game indie developers to make the games for Amiga, even if they never heard, even if they didn't grow up with the Amiga and with the love of Amiga that I had, and that I assume a lot of the audience had. So now I'm going to really take a risk here and switch my screen share again. So bear with me. I'm actually going to show that prototype animation tool I made and how Alex, one of the main playable characters, was animated. I hope you're not muted, are you, Corey? I know.
So.
Okay, no. Good.
Okay. All right.
Hopefully you can chime in whenever you need to if I'm forgetting something or something like
All right.
that. So, all right, new share, and then okay. Hopefully, let me know, Corey, if this is showing up, because it just looks like a gray box on the selector.
It is
showing
yeah.
the? Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's where I animate or create each frame in this frame preview. And you could see he's actually assembled just with a bunch of little body part images. I just moved his head there. And oh, good, it didn't crash when I undid. Not bad, not bad. So usually it doesn't crash for things that minor. But anyway, So you could see here on the left side here, let me make them bigger so people can appreciate what they are more. So these are special effects which are used universally between all the character animations. So in a sense, those kind of don't count for how much memory this particular character takes, right? Because those few effect images are reused for all players and all enemies. And then same thing with this electrocution animation. I'll go back and I'll play the actual level 1 of Metro Siege momentarily. Wow, we're already almost an hour in. But anyway, yeah, so the thank you everyone for hanging in there. I hope this
Yeah,
is
don't worry about the
interesting.
time. Like I said, we don't have
Yep,
anybody for the
yep.
next socket, so you can
Yep.
take another hour if you want to.
Awesome. I just want to make sure no one gets too bored, but I'll start playing Metro Siege and Damon Claw shortly. I promise. But anyway, so same thing with this electrocution effect. I did something, I was very inspired. I remember back in my teens realizing how clever Capcom was when they made Final Fight. And I saw that when any character got hit by like a Molotov cocktail or an explosion and the character caught on fire, they had this really cool, from a stylistic standpoint, it looked really cool, where the character became engulfed in almost a cocoon of fire. So like they were entirely engulfed in fire, but you saw this like dark singed silhouette of a body in the middle of the flaming form.
Mhm.
But the really cool thing about it was because of that big flame around it, and then the more amorphous humanoid form shape that wasn't distinct, they got to reuse that same art, that same flaming character sprite animation for every character, no matter if it was the giant Andor or Mike Hagar, who's also huge, or Guy, the smallest player, or any of the enemies, including Ivy and what's the other? I can't remember the other one's name. No matter which character sprite it was, that same animation of the character on fire would work and it wouldn't look crazily out of proportion because of this trick, this fooling the eye and the brain by engulfing the character in this entire cloud of flame. So you could see I did the same thing. Even though I have a skeleton, it's got a more amorphous black outline, and then it's got this blue glow. And then the other thing, I separated the limbs, the arms and the legs, so I can cheat and I can nudge those in or out a little bit and up or down a little bit to slightly shrink or grow even the skeletal electrocution effect of the character. And then every other frame, I'm blinking back and forth. Instead of talking with my hands, which I do in all of my videos, I have to remember I'm sharing screen, so I can actually go to the electrocution animation. Let's see if I could find it here. What was that called? Oh yeah, it starts with no flip. Unfortunately, it's not alphabetical, so I'm gonna have to find it. Where's that elevator music when you need it? Isn't it funny how things are always really hard to find when you really need them? All right, let's see. No mercy. No flip electrocuted. There you go. I'm sure many viewers were yelling at me. You had seen it already. So here you have the frames for this animation right here. And if I double click, it'll go from one to the other. And you could see I put the character in roughly the same pose as close as I can with the available body parts as that electrocution. And it just flashes back and forth between the actual character and the electrocution animation. And you end up with a really nice electrocution effect, but you don't have to have a giant frame of animation for every character to specifically do that animation. The other way we saved memory is the characters, as you can see, are mostly forward facing. That was really important. So that's why this animation is called no flip. So we added into the engine this tag so that if we say no flip, then the game engine knows that you never have to flip this animation to display it from the other side. Because I started to say this before, but I forgot. Almost every other console, including the 8-bit ones, you could horizontally or vertically flip your sprite images. So when your character turns, you don't need all those you don't need you don't need to waste memory with all the frames of the character facing both directions. You just have it in memory facing one direction, and then you just flip it on the fly when your character turns, which obviously saves a massive amount of memory. Unfortunately, we can't do that on the Amiga. It can flip things on the fly, but not quick enough to have your game run with all those characters on screen at a really solid frame rate that will feel competitive with like a Mega Drive game or an arcade game.
Mhm.
So in order to save memory, not only are we making it out of these small body parts, so now each frame is a much smaller amount of memory, but the other thing we're doing is whenever possible, excuse me, whenever possible, we are creating animations that are no flip animations, so the engine knows it never has to be flipped the other way. Since it's mostly forward facing, it's not going to look jarring when the character gets electrocuted, and when they're doing that, they're always facing this one way. And then I did that same exact thing for the really big enemy character like Mule and the boss. um, when they die, they always fall in the same direction because you've got the giant special image of them lying down on the ground. And that would be really costly to memory if you needed that facing both way for all characters. But anyway, so that's how the character's animated. And you could see it's actually, considering the amount of moves the character has, that's actually a very small amount of body part images. And each image is quite small. Like, there would be way more if we tried to do all of the moves for the character, all the frames as full images. There would be way more full frame images than there are body parts, way more. And then, of course, each image would be massive. So using this modular animation technique, it's the only way to really get a very competitive arcade style, especially beam up game working on a classic Amiga. So anyway, now I will once again close this out, and I will start sharing. Okay. I'll actually start playing Metro Siege. So let me get it running.
One quick thing.
Go ahead, Corey.
Due to the frame rate, I noticed with screen sharing, it can have
Yep.
frame rate jitters. I don't know how it is for everyone else, but maybe if it still displays it fully, if it was shared in a smaller window, do you think that might keep the frame rate up there due to it? You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I hope it's getting upscaled at the end. I'm going to play it in the small window just in case. That's a good
Right.
point. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
bet you if I keep it a small window, hopefully that will help on bandwidth. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
All right. So unfortunately, I don't have someone with me to play. I'm going to bring this volume down a little bit so I can hear myself talk. Hopefully, yeah. How does that? Can you hear that at all, Corey, or am I not sharing desktop audio?
You're not sharing anything.
Oh,
No,
actually,
yeah.
I can't anyway because we'd have a terrible echo whenever anyone spoke. So yeah, unfortunately, you can't hear the sound. But just go to bitbeamcanon.com. Let me think. Actually, yeah, no, the trailer has some music, but not really all the sound effects. So sorry, you'll have to wait to get the game in all its glory with the music and sound. Like I said, John is doing an amazing job with the soundtrack and sound effects. But anyway, so I will start playing. Oh yeah, I need to start sharing the screen, the little window, I mean. Hopefully, oh boy, I'm worried. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's showing up. Is this showing, tell me if this is showing the game or if this is showing just the Amiga Forever menu.
No, that's the game.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Yeah, and the frame rate looks good too.
All right, excellent. Okay, so let's give it a try. So I'll get in game and I'll just sort of go over the moves and the play mechanic. And be sure to remind me, both of you, especially Corey, because you have a better feel for this. We do not want to show yet. We're actually going to be on Amiga Bill's Twitch stream on Sunday. And we promised him world premiere to reveal level 2. So if I get to the very end of level 1, it's going to fade and then try to go into level 2. So remind me so I can quit out before I get that far. and everyone, you know,
So just if
Yep.
he's about to reach the end, just kick him out of the whole stream.
out of the
So-
entire, yeah.
So he
So you're
doesn't.
saying basically I need to mute Corey so we get the sneak preview here instead of Amiga
Yeah,
Bill?
yeah, please do not do that. Yeah, but and also obviously don't miss any of the great things going on at this expo. The Amiga Bill stream, if you do miss it, I forget when it is Sunday, like in what time zone and hour, but it will become a YouTube video once it's, you know.
Somebody just said Amiga Bill is streaming tomorrow, not Sunday, his time, or this
Well,
time.
maybe that's just a time frame thing, but no, it's
Maybe.
it's definitely Sunday. We have that worked out with him. He does a Sunday stream, so maybe he's doing 2 streams. That very well could be the case.
Ah.
So, but anyway, thanks for clarifying that or making sure we know what's going on. But yeah, there definitely will be a Sunday stream. And Amiga Bill already posted like on all of Facebook groups and stuff, and on Twitter, he already, and I'm sure Twitch, like posted the announcement for it for anyone that wants to check what time it is. But if you miss it, then it will become a YouTube video on his channel anyway. So, all right. So this is Alex. This is one of the core playable, selectable characters. There are at least 3 by the time the game will be released. And
I believe it is. I believe it is. It says 29th on his. Wait. That's. I believe that's the old one. That's the old thumbnail. Sorry, I just looking at the
no
chat
problem.
here.
Yeah. As far as our conversations, check on Bill's Facebook page or Twitch page.
Yeah, there was a new post I think yesterday for his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. But we'll work it out. Whatever day it is, I'm pretty sure it's Sunday. It's supposed to be. Whatever day it is, we'll be there, and Amiga Bill will be able to play for the first time ever, show the public. Oops, I just maximized. Hold on a second. Is it still sharing, or did it like barf out?
It's still sharing.
Looks like it's still fine. Okay, excellent. What did I want to do? Why did I do this? I don't remember. All right, it doesn't matter. All right, let me keep playing. So let me start talking about the gameplay mechanics. So as you can see, there's the usual attacks, much like Final Fight or Streets of Rage 2. I can do a drop kick, or I can do a knee that will stun them, and I can chain that into the drop kick, or just use it to get in to start attacking up close. One of the interesting things, one thing that always slightly bugged me in all of the classic beat 'em up games, was how easy it was to accidentally grab enemies when you did not want to grab. And sometimes that could really mess up what you were planning to do. And even worse, in a lot of the games, including Streets of Rage 2 and 3, you could accidentally grab even your friend, your co-op player, which is really inconvenient sometimes. So what I did, oh, and by the way, Metro Siege, it requires at least 2 button input, which will work with keyboard, or obviously if you have 2 or more button controller, including CD-TV or CD32 controllers should work. Well, we know CD32 controllers work great. I don't know if we've tested CD-TV controllers, but anyway, so there's a jump button and there's an attack button. And there's also going to be 3 button input mode for a real arcade console feel to the gameplay. But anyway, there's special things I can do. If I double tap forward, I do a quick hop in, kind of like footwork. And if I hold the attack button and hold back, I block. So you can actually block in this game. And if I time my block really carefully, so I do it just before I'm attacked, I'll actually do a built-in automatic counterattack. So let me try to get one of those out. So there you go. I just did a counterattack that knocked down all 3 of the foes in front of me. So that's really rewarding. It's and it does quite a bit of damage. And as you saw, it's one of the few moves that can hit multiple enemies at a time. And so when I do grab someone, I have a lot of options. If I just press attack, I'll do the traditional knee, but I can also throw either in front or behind, so I can throw enemies into each other. If I hold down and tap, I can throw them down right at my feet, and then I can kick them while they're down. which is a lot of fun. So that's one of many ways you can hit enemies while they're down. I'll do the more aggressive one. So if you jump in the air and tap down twice, you actually do like a knee drop or an elbow drop, depending on what character you are, which does a lot more damage than just kicking them while they're down. But there's a risk later on in the game, some enemies will actually roll out of the way. And if you slam down trying to do an elbow drop or a knee drop onto the pavement, you actually take a little damage and you're down on the ground stunned for a second. So you're a sitting duck for a second or two, so other enemies can hit you while you're down. So yeah, there's a bear hug grab that this big character Mule does, and you have to either rapid press your buttons or shake. If you have a joystick, shake left and right on your, like an arcade style joystick, back and forth is another way you can escape. And then there's some other moves you could do. If I just hold attack and tap down, I'll do a low leg sweep that can trip someone. And you can actually, if I do my hop and then trigger that leg sweep, I can do like a flying leg sweep, which can bowl over many characters at a time, which is a lot of fun, like so. And then another way to hit enemies while they're down is actually to throw one enemy into an enemy that's lying down. So it'll knock down enemies that are already down. And if a thrown enemy lands on an enemy that's already down, that will hurt them as well. And there's a lot of other moves I haven't even covered yet. If you do an attack while you're hopping forward, you do a really powerful combo attack. And I'm sorry, you guys, that you don't get to hear the sound while I'm playing. That makes it even more fun and exciting. But let's see. Yeah, so, and if I hold down attack and tap back twice, you hop back. And then while you're hopping back, if you hold forward and press attack, you'll immediately transition into that strong forward attack. All right, I'm getting relatively close to the end, so I'm gonna quit. And let's see. I'm gonna quit out of this and then go back in with the new character. So that's pretty much. Sorry, I really want to keep my promise with Amiga Bill. He's a great guy. But anyway, so I'm gonna redo level 1, but this time with Kim. And it was really important for gameplay design that the characters really control and play very differently. So hopefully this is going to load. There's the occasional bug on my emulator that stops it from successfully loading the level. Yep, I have to restart it, which is going to mean, oh, hopefully soft reset will work, and then I won't need to restart the screen share. It looks like that's going to work. Okay.
Have you tried sharing your computer audio at all? Because when our testing, we actually had music working.
That's cool. But when other people were talking, it wasn't causing an echo or anything?
No, it would seem to be
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
We can try it and see.
Yeah. Do I have to turn that on my end, I assume? Let's see. I don't know how we would get to that option.
It's under your sharing. I think it's under more, or under the screen share part, where it says share computer audio.
All right. I don't see that yet. Is it under more? Share computer sound.
There you go.
All right. I just turned it on. Can everyone hear the game's music yet?
Lightly.
Music? All right,
yeah, lightly, but
I'll turn it up a bit, which is going to make it hard for me to hear. But can you guys hear it now?
Yeah,
A little better, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's about as
that's
much
as that's a nice background music, at least.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, excellent. So, and that's good. You know, you need to hear me ramble on and on. So, you're my captive audience. All right. So let me get into the game and accidentally choose level 2. Just kidding. There we go. So now we're going to choose Kim. And most of the sound effects here are still placeholder, but we're working on a new build with the new sound effects. And there's a whole new song for level 2. And I'm really, yep.
The third secret character is just you putting yourself in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell that's your silhouette.
My silhouette, my bald head.
Right.
Yeah, very true. All right, so Kim walks a lot faster, and the interesting thing about her, not only does she have different moves, but she has no grab. She also fights with basically tonfa or police nightsticks. I'm sorry if I'm yelling. I can hardly hear myself. Am I talking too loudly?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
It's all right. Yeah.
All right, cool. So she walks faster, which makes a big difference for gameplay as far as footwork. She can still hop forward though, and it's all the same input except she does not grab, and instead her tonfa act as a taser as well. So there's a lot of moves you could do that put use to that. If you do that double tap forward and then attack move, you electrocute the characters. And then another thing that Alex and Kim both have is a back attack if someone is trying to sneak up on you. But a cool thing about Kim's back attack, if you're hitting someone and you have someone on either side of you, if you do a sequence of initiating the back attack 3 times in a row, he ends it in that spin move that knocks down people on both sides. And Alex has a back attack too, but it's just the one attack sequence like that. So Kim she's a faster, more directly kind of high-speed martial arts type character. And she has a special move since she can't grab, she's more limited in that way. But if you do a sort of Street Fighter Hadoken, a fireball move, you actually do that combo, which if the first part misses, she just lunges forward with both tonfa. But if it connects, you see she does that spinning back kick, and that spinning back kick can knock down multiple opponents. It's one of the few moves that can do that. And so anyway, she has the same thing where you can do a low attack. I'll show you missing doing the drop attack, like an elbow drop. So I jump up and I tap down twice. You can see she hit the ground and it did a little damage. And another interesting thing about this game that's different from most games of the genre is, I was mentioning this. To grab, you hold attack and tap forward, and your character, if they can grab, will lunge forward and like reach, like they'll grab at a character. So that makes it impossible to accidentally grab when you're just trying to walk around. And then in a similar fashion, if you're playing in 2-player mode, one thing that I always used to hate was accidentally grabbing the health pickup when my partner needed it and I didn't. Like, I just wanted to punch an enemy, maybe to protect that very partner who's about to die, and I accidentally grab his trash turkey. That's what we call it on our YouTube channel. So in order to grab the pickups in this game, you hold attack and tap down, which again just makes it, you get used to it really quickly, and it makes it almost impossible that you're ever going to accidentally grab something that your partner really needed, or ahead of time. Like sometimes you break open the trash and there's a delicious trash turkey there, but your health is full, but you're about to fight a tough sub-boss or a boss, so you want to keep that trash turkey on the ground until you need it. But you happen to be there and you punch and you grab it when you don't need it.
Yeah, in the older games we've played in our Let's Plays, that was, I did that quite a few times. Just accidentally grabbed the thing that you didn't mean to, you know?
It was a very common problem in the genre, and I realized there was a really easy and intuitive way to fix it. So I already have hold, punch, and press down is a low attack. So you just think, okay, I want to get something that's low on the ground. I'll initiate the low attack while I'm over it. And then in 3-button gameplay mode, that'll be its own special button that'll be dedicated to grabbing / counterattack and grabbing items on the ground. So it'll be very intuitive. That'll be your grab button to grab enemies or grab stuff. But anyway, gotta be careful. I don't want to go into level 2.
No.
Sorry, everyone. But that is going to be a cool reveal. And when you watch that either live or as a video, I'm going to love the chance to go into great technical detail on how we pulled off all the really cool parallax scrolling on that level, which is especially impressive for classic Amiga. We've got like 2 big player characters, 3 or sometimes 4 enemies, and then giant moving object in the background, as well as a back and foreground layer of parallax. So yeah, I can't wait for everyone to be able to see that. And for Bill to actually play the level, because it does have different enemies. All right, I'm going to close out of this for now. Sorry, everyone. If you were enjoying the music, and I'm going to screen share in the art program that Corey and I tend to use for all this stuff, called ProMotion NG, shameless plug. And let's see, share. And I just wanted to show some of the art process of creating. What I can show is this is one of the enemy types. It looks a bit different in game now, but this was the original cleaned up artwork I did to design one of the thug characters for level 2. And
I'm
yep, go ahead. Oh, it's not sharing properly?
yeah,
Corey?
there's not, for some reason. I might want to retry it. We'll
Weird.
see.
Yeah. All right, let me try again. Stop share.
Or at least for me.
Yeah, let's try that again. What about you, Jim? Were you
No,
able to see it
no,
at
it would
all?
just show that you were sharing a screen with nothing on the screen.
Oh, that's not cool.
There you go.
All right.
Oh, there it goes.
Perfect.
That's working this time?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so this is one of the, like I said, one of the enemy thugs. And you could see how, like, first I would scribble out and draw the entire character, just coming up with the design. And in pixel art, and this is going to be tutorial videos eventually, but one of the cool things as a pixel artist you can do, and as a digital artist in general, most people that can draw, they're used to carefully drawing line art first and then filling it in with color. And one of the methods you could use for pixel art is kind of the reverse, which I call blobbing in. So if I'm designing a character, I can actually very sloppily just in painting, like fine art painting, this is called blocking in. So you're really just trying to get the overall shape and position of the character. And then I can grab that as a brush and I could say, okay, that's a little too big or too small relative to the actual characters. And then I can use a smaller brush and start to erase and draw to refine the silhouette. And then I can start breaking it up into the specific colors. And this can actually be a much faster, kind of freer way to create sprite art. And that's the method I always use when I'm creating pixel art. But anyway, so I just blobbed in this pose, started adding the specific colors, then the more specific detail. But then once I knew it was close, I started breaking it into layers with the specific body parts. And as you could see, this is also how I can start to design the alternate versions. So another thing to keep in mind with saving memory on the Amiga to get a really competitive looking beat 'em up game, you need a lot of characters with a lot of frames of animation. So the other trick you can use is it's much harder to notice that some of your enemies are wearing the same kind of indescript black pants as opposed to them having all the same exact, like, really fancy shirt or something. So so really, like, it's a skill to, can you design a character that looks really different if you keep the same arms, legs, pelvis, and sometimes even head, but then you can switch out the entire torso, and you can, as you can see, you can get a very different look. And then a very important ornament I call butt chain. So there you go, there you get the, so you can see what a big difference that can make to the appearance of a character, that glint of another color there. And then there's alternate heads. So we've got this character, I'll just sneak preview for level 2 tomorrow. I call this guy Bile. Right. And actually, I think he ended up being the one that was shirtless. And eventually, I don't think he has any tats, which is completely out of character. So I'm probably going to give him a lot of tattoos on his back eventually, and chest. But anyway, so you can see the kind of design methodology. It's an acquired skill, which Corey was starting to talk about. It really does lend well to Amiga, but it's a very acquired skill to now. Oh, there's the original blob. Very cool. I didn't know that was still there. I didn't even realize when I turned on one of these images, it revealed that. But that was the actual blocking in stage. And once I got there and I liked the pose and I liked the general use of color, and I knew the proportions were correct relative to the player, that's when I started breaking it into the separate layers for each body part and adding all the nice detail and doing final cleanup. But so it's a special, it's an acquired skill. It takes time to get comfortable with working in this way and thinking of animations not frame by frame, but can I make this animation look good using as few new body parts as possible? Like if there's 3 or 4 different ways to make an attack look good, and one way uses one fewer body parts, you've got to use that way and make it look as good as you can. You don't have that luxury of being able to animate each animation with full frame animations. You really it's a really an acquired skill to
Yeah, and
reuse.
also, you know, your clever way you kind of have the backhand
Mhm.
with the weapon. You can
Mhm.
swap that weapon out very cheaply.
Exactly.
You know,
And
as
yep.
long as he's holding something with the same pose, so to speak,
Right.
he's not got like say a two-handed thing. You know,
Or and that's the
uh,
cool thing.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly right, Corey. But I was just going to say on that same point is not only can you switch the weapon, but you can have weapon or no weapon, and that functions perfectly fine as just another
hmm
fist in the air.
yep,
So those are, but that's exactly right. We can add a crowbar version or a 2x4 or something like that instead of this like bat like club. Or we could have variants, which is what we do in level 2 with no weapon at all. And then the other cool thing when you're working with just a fantastic programmer like Alex, you can then go into the what was I going to say? I was suddenly mindful of time. Want to make
all
sure we
right,
leave time for Q&A. Yeah, so you're reusing body parts, but trying to create as much variety as possible still with the way the different enemies look. But even more important than them looking different is them behaving different, or the game's going to get real monotonous real
yep.
fast. But Alex was able to work in, which, everyone will see when they tune into Amiga Bill, or eventually once it becomes a YouTube video, you'll be able to watch it there. But I specifically made a request that this character Bile with the spiked hair be especially annoying, like really hyper footwork, trying to stay out of your range and then like coming in fast to attack you or jump kick in. And he did an amazing job within the severe constraints for processor use to come up with an AI and behavior patterns that seem really robust and feel really natural, but like I said, function within the performance, and it's just fantastic. And it's like perfect. He's annoying but really gratifying when you catch him when he's trying to swoop in. And a cool thing is, we even added to the recent builds of the game, even when he's jumping in to do a jump kick, if you time it just right, you can actually like parry the leg to the side and uppercut him out of the air, and it's extremely gratifying. So anyway, that is, I think that's about it we should cover for Metro Siege. We should really move on to Damon Claw. Um, Hopefully everyone is excited about that. And I already mentioned one big announcement is that Alex will be officially making the port to Amiga. So that really will be eventually someday the ultimate edition of the game will be made on Engine 9000 and available for classic Amigas. But also the other official announcement, we are now far enough in development of Damon Claw that we really need to figure out and find and hopefully make an agreement with we need a fantastic Amiga musician. Ideally and especially any of you Amiga musicians who are listening, obviously it would be ideal for us, as an indie dev studio, if any of you famous or published Amiga musicians out there, you know who you are. I won't drop names or say names because I'm afraid I would forget one of you amazing musicians I love and potentially offend you. But we all know who they are in the Amiga community. You do fantastic stuff. If you're interested in doing the soundtrack for Damon Claw, please do like email us at mail@bitbeamcanon.com. And we will be doing our best over the next many days to find ways to contact you all and send you an email about it and a playable demo of the game if you want, and all that stuff. And hopefully we can work something out. But we definitely need a very, very skilled Amiga musician to make real classic Amiga compatible soundtrack for it. So I will actually start running the demo now of Damon Claw. And once again, same issue. Remind me, Corey, remind me self. Uh-oh. Oh, that's weird. Is this actually not going to run? It doesn't run. It doesn't depend on something that's compressed. How weird. Oh, well, we'll extract all and see. Oh, maybe this is somehow zipped and I didn't realize it. Okay, well, let's try this. All right, anyway, more elevator music, please. Let's see if this is going to run. Okay, it's running this time. Fantastic. And let me now share screen. I definitely have to turn the volume down a bit on this, just so I can hear myself. Let's see. Volume mixer. Okay. And then Damon Claw. Good. The thumbnail's showing up, so hopefully this share will work. Let me know when you guys can see the actual game screen.
Yep, it's there.
Yep.
So remember, this is all classic Amiga compliant. Corey did an amazing job with the logo, the menus, the fonts, and everything else, and creating a palette of really usable colors and saving me a large amount of color indexes that I could use just for the character. So really happy with how that turned out. And again, like I said, it's just fantastic collaborating with Corey on these projects. But oh, and by the way, in regard to Metro Siege, Corey designed the first boss, which no one but our patrons have seen that yet. But it shouldn't be too much longer before we can get do a reveal of the boss. And Corey will be joining the Metro Siege team in a much bigger way, and he's going to handle designing all of the bosses and hopefully as much other stuff as he can manage doing. Metro Siege is going to get another art power up in the near future. So that's also really exciting. So anyway, without further ado, let me get into the game here. And this is a kind of cobbled version of the cinematics system to make it go faster, and basically a technical constraint I ran into in making this demo. It usually appears one image at a time of these triptychs. Anyone who saw our recent video of making this game will know what that inside joke is on the word triptych. But anyway, so let me get past the cinematic there that sets up the story. So here's the actual gameplay. And we just did a video for Amiga Build that we're going to release to the public soon that gives a tip to how to survive. This is definitely a classic console style game, and the difficulty and learning curve is steeper than most modern casual games, but it's very doable. And especially if you see the video that explains how, and you practice a few times, it's really not that bad. And we're not done tweaking the difficulty either. We're not going to make it inaccessible. But anyway, so to cover the basic moves, obviously you've got a button for jump, a button for attack. I should say, however, that when the Amiga version of this game gets made, this game in particular would work well with a one button joystick. So we're actually going to support 1 or 2 button joystick inputs or controller inputs. But in general, you've got a jump button and an attack button. If you hold down, you'll duck. If you attack while you're ducking, you'll do an uppercut attack. And if you jump in the air and press up and attack, you'll do that overhead air bash that lets you send air-based enemies flying down and smashing into the land-based enemies, which is a lot of fun. If you hold down and press jump, you'll roll, which is a great evasive maneuver if you got one of these airborne enemies swooping down at you. And another really cool thing is that some of these birdmen enemies, they actually throw. I've installed a cheat so that I can not die if I don't want to. So I just replenished my health with the cheat. But that roll can actually dodge. It goes under the thrown weapons. They're boomerang scimitars, which you'll see relatively shortly when I get to that next part of this level.
Yeah, and I think,
Yep.
do you have this full screen? Because this one's definitely getting a little bit of
I
frame rate
do.
issues
Let me
during fast
pause
movement,
it.
but
Let me try Alt Enter. Let me,
without being too, it just,
yeah.
I don't know how it is overall for
Okay.
everyone, but
I made it small. Is it still showing up on your end?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
showing up. It was
Right,
smooth on my end.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so it's a
okay.
matter of
It could
bandwidth.
just be my end then. Okay, just
Yeah,
making sure.
lowly.
I wanted to just
DSL,
clarify that it wasn't
yeah.
the
Awesome.
game itself.
Yeah, get off that dial-up
yeah,
modem, will
right.
Yeah, exactly. All right, yeah. He's a lowly DSL peasant. He's not an advanced
Purely
human
due
being.
to location.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, imagine by choice. No, I want slow internet. All right, anyway, so let me unpause and get back to playing. Keep in mind, my eyes aren't great anymore, and the screen is now like a postage stamp on my big, so I might not do as well. But oh yeah, I think I just forgot to roll under. I'll replenish my health again. So now he just has a regular sword, so I just need to get to one of these guys with the, there it is. Okay, so I'm gonna roll under that next time. And then you could do your uppercut right under that. Another thing you could do with these thrown weapons, if you time your attack really carefully, which I can't do with this, there we go. You can actually destroy their weapon they threw at you, and then they have to resort to just clawing at you, so they become a short range attack enemy. And then another thing I just added today, it was really annoying to me playing when you could, if you were up in the air, you could actually accidentally land down on top of one of these thrown weapons. And it just annoyed me. You know, you're a big, well-armored, heavy character in these metal combat boots. It annoyed me that I'd get hurt by landing straight down, excuse me, that I'd get hurt falling straight down on these weapons. So now you can actually destroy the weapon by jumping, like landing down on top of it. So that's actually another trick for making those enemies a lot easier. And we're right near the end of the level 1. So I'm going to, there we go. Excuse me. I need to drink some water.
Yeah, it's kind of a trade-off because it looks like the small version gets some color issues, I guess, due to how Zoom works.
Oh, does it? Or maybe it's just a bandwidth issue. How's it looking on your end, Jim?
It's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
it is. He's right though. The color is kind of washed out on it, like a soft focused almost a little bit.
Oh, that's a shame. Let me see.
I will have to say one thing on this, just because
Yes.
I'm an Amiga guy.
Yep.
I really like the homage to like the 1000 here on this display with the disk drive on the right hand side and all that. Yeah, that's cool.
More of Corey's amazing pixel work. And I remember he didn't grow up with Amiga, and I just like tasked him. He's done the vast majority of the art in this game now.
Yeah, it's a nice job, Corey.
Yeah, and like I tasked him with, like, we needed a frame for the non-Amiga version. Like we want it to, it's going to work on modern systems and even like Android and iPhone and iPad and stuff like that. So we needed something to fill out that area. And if you use touch input, you could see these controls appear. And that way they're not overlapping the screen any more than they need to be. They're off over the border.
Ah, nice. That was well played there for sure.
Thank you. So yeah, we're really putting, we hope you could tell, we're really passionate about this, and we put every drop of time and effort and love and thought into making these games as high quality as we can. And not just in appearance and sound and stuff, but gameplay. We're really obsessive. We just, we love retro classic console and arcade games. And we want, like, our motto, so to speak, or our MO at Bitbeam Canon is, how can we create, we call it future not future retro. What do we call it, Corey? New retro.
Right,
That's
right.
what it is. So it's like, how do we create that nostalgic feeling of when suddenly a new 16-bit Capcom game came out, or like a AAA studio released a new game for your beloved console, and or a new franchise. Like, remember the first time you ever played a Castlevania game or a Mega Man game or something like that. Like, the problem is, like, we all love those retro games, but we've also played them a million times. And then to me as an Amigan, it's like, I always was really frustrated growing up with an Amiga that the Amiga didn't have that kind of library that could compete. Its whole own franchises of games, every bit as actually fun, supporting real like multi-button control pads, like competing in every way with Mega Drive and Super Nintendo games and stuff like that. And so like our MO is like, imagine you suddenly wake up in a parallel dimension, like back like 10, 20 years ago, where during the 16-bit era, and every game made by the best uh, studios was a game just as good as what you remembered, but you'd never seen it before. And that's actually trickier than it sounds, because um, we kind of have to make the games surpass memory. In other words, now we're kind of spoiled with, games like Shovel Knight that are retro style, but not real retro. And then, gameplay has evolved since then. And like one of the games that this game was heavily based on, influenced by for gameplay, was Black Belt for the Sega Master System. And that game I loved growing up, but the learning curve was extreme. The difficulty was very high, and there were even more important than that. There were a lot of things that were frustrating, and frustrating for the wrong reasons, because they didn't
Right.
have enough memory to add more visual cues that, oh, right now the character is completely invulnerable. It's amazing. One of the boss before last is named Rita, and you could be pummeling her in the neck and head and other sensitive body parts. Watch our video where we play Black Belt. Black Belt.
It took me forever to beat that boss.
It's ridiculous.
A
And
million tries.
that's the really frustrating thing is, you're attacking the same way with the same timing. She's reacting the same way, except her meter isn't going down. And you could literally be pummeling her for 5 minutes straight going, why isn't her meter going down?
No reaction, doesn't flinch like she's a Terminator robot or something.
But that's the thing. It's making the same sound and showing the same impact flash as if it does hurt her.
Right.
And that's the thing. In Black Belt, they had this idea that the characters, the enemies, get into certain modes where they're quote unquote dodging. Like with Oni, your attacks will go right through him, and all they do is make him move a little faster, but he doesn't go into a new I'm dodging animation. So like back then, game players would accept that lack of clarity, and they would just memorize. They'd figure out what's going on. They'd figure out a pattern.
Yeah, and that isn't to say that it couldn't have been done on something like the Master System. It's just time constraints. The 8 and 16-bit eras were really brief. In terms of like, by the time people were making the best, say, 8-bit games, well, 16-bit was hitting the market, and now we have that benefit of looking back through the entire history of games and seeing what does work, and you can apply it to these systems, so.
Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you so much. While you were talking, Corey, I was checking back in on the bullet points to make sure we hit all the really important points, and I'm pretty sure we did.
I believe
which is
so,
awesome. So
So are you guys ready for some Q&A then?
Very, very soon.
Okay.
I'm gonna close out the Demon Claw demo in a second. I feel like there was one other thing I was about to say. It'll come to me if not during the QA. Let me see if I could pull it back out of the fog. Let's see. In the meantime, I can close some of this stuff that's distracting me. Let's see. What were we just talking about beforehand? I think in regards to Demon Claw and gameplay.
Modern. Modern, just newer sensibilities when it comes to game design applied to retro games. Retro, so to speak.
Like now, even when people are making retro style games, there is no memory constraint. They just pretend there is. but now there's like way more frames of animation, layers of scrolling. So the communication has got much more clear. And as Corey was also like bouncing off of one of the points he had made, there were also massive memory constraints. Memory back then for cartridges was obscenely expensive. So to make the games as profitable as possible, they made it in the smallest memory cartridge possible. So that again would be another reason that they might not include not only development time, which would increase the cost of making the game, but then if they do add all this other stuff, now you've upped the cost of every cartridge made, which is going to really cut into your profit margin super fast. So that was one of the other reasons that a lot of times things like that weren't done, especially back in the 8-bit days. But in general, the point is we took that same kind of really classic 8 and 16-bit action console game and arcade game gameplay, and we're really trying to recapture like what Corey and I in our discussions, like we've played Damon Claw quite a few times testing it, and it really does no Gesundheit, if that was his sneeze.
Right.
But that it really does scratch an itch. Like almost every modern retro style game, even when it's a 2D platformer or something like that, it's almost always a Metroidvania style game, which, don't get me wrong, I love that genre. But games like Black Belt for the 8-bit Sega Master System, it was a game that was just really fast twitch action, addictive gameplay that once you were good at it, you could pick up and play and beat the whole game in like 10 or 15 minutes and have a blast and put it down. And then the thing is, like, people are too worried these days that there's this illusion of, oh, replay value, or like, no, they'll say value, like, oh, it has to take 20 hours to beat the game, right? Because that's the value.
Right.
And that's not the case. There's a whole genre and type of game where the value is how fun it is and how addictive it is. And the fact that even though you can get through the whole game in 15 minutes, you want to do that several times a day. You know what I mean? Like that's a whole other kind of value that, especially now as an old man with a family and with kids and with a day job and stuff like that, I don't have the same amount of time every day I could sit down and invest and play a game for several hours in a row.
That was sort of two different approaches back in the retro days. Is either people would stretch out the games as long as possible to give that perception of value, or you did have those other action type games where they knew their game wasn't going to be that long, so they wanted to make sure it was replay, had replay value, and these kinds of games like Damon Claw and Metro Siege, that's exactly the kind of thing we're going for sure.
Yeah, a very contained short burst of real carnal fun, real visceral, really classic arcade and console style fun. That's really what we're going for. And don't get me wrong, eventually, like this very world, this Damon Claw world, you see it says Origins of Nar. Like that is the name of the world, and we've already got, like, this game is actually the oldest prehistory of the world we have worked out, and there are entire other sequel games planned out, a couple of which will be full-on Metroidvanias that really explore this world and what happens in the future after this character's exploits and all kinds of cool stuff. And there's like a whole family lineage thing and magical artifacts, really cool stuff we've got worked out. But anyway, I will stop sharing this little Damon Claw screen, and I think we should open up to Q&A.
Okay, so we've got some questions already that were done before. Then I can have everybody that's in the attendee, you can go through Discord or you can go through the chat here. I can do both, I think. So the first question was, so Cyberjack is also supposed to be released on the Amiga. Is that true?
Supposed to is a strong word. I would love it to.
Okay.
And the other thing that I think Alex won't mind me mentioning, when we started working together with Metro Siege, and then there was a discussion of porting, which he definitely wants to do, porting Damon Claw to Amiga. Like, he really wants to, like I said, expand the Engine 9000 that, it started with Worthy or even before, and his engine has been, and development system has been evolving all this time. and he wants to use it to make as many high quality games for the Amiga platform and modern platforms, which is awesome, as possible. And so he basically asked me if he could, in a kind of official way, have like what is it called, right of first refusal, basically, for all of our retro games we make that could be ported well to Amiga. He wants to be able to say, so long as he is in a situation where he could do it in a reasonable amount of time, he gets to say, yes, I want to make this port, which is great for us because he's a proven incredible programmer with an incredible engine that spares no expense to optimize and figure out, like, wait till you see what we're working on for level 3 of Metro Siege. Level 2 should hopefully impress you. But like, that's the thing. That's one of the other reasons Metro Siege has been in development so long. It's really snowballing now, especially once Corey can help. But where with the Amiga, you really have to use very specific hardware banging tricks for the specific type of effects and parallax scrolling that you design for a given level. So you have to like, so he's like recoding giant chunks of code for every level so we can make it absolutely as comparable, and in many ways one-upping even some of the classic arcade systems. Like our level you're going to see soon on the Amiga Build Show, level 2, has more parallax than the Mega Drive or the arcade version of Final Fight in the similar environment. So like, that's really, we're really pushing it and working with someone like him. Any port he could do, we will love. And Alex might be in the Discord, so he might chime in and say how interested he is or not. But I would be very, very interested in even 16-bit and Amiga-izing all the graphics of Cyberjack to make a full-on Amiga port that puts full use to the Amiga. And I've got to say, like, Corey and I got really far along in Cyberjack before we kind of put it on the back burner to focus on Damon Claw and Metro Siege until one of these two projects is done. But the gameplay really achieved a very high level of polish. We have the entire first few levels and the entire first boss fight. You can actually see a good chunk of that boss fight in the video, the gameplay teaser video on our website for Cyberjack. So I would love it, and hopefully if Alex is just as interested, or another Amiga programmer if Alex is not, I would be all for that. But again, I am very much for, it will always interest us more if it's being done in a way, if we make sure from day one that the port to the Amiga, especially if we're going to enhance it, also is able to be compiled and released on modern platforms as well.
Got it. Okay.
So yeah. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna make every effort to also get Cyberjack on Amiga, and things are looking good. And if if Alex chimes in the that might be encouraging or discouraging, whatever.
Okay, we'll see what Alex has to say about it then, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so another question is, you mentioned you have kids, and somebody wanted to know, are they boys or girls?
I have 2 awesome girls and 1 awesome boy.
Oh.
And my son helped me record. I'm going to be making a new trailer video for Metro Siege, which will also show level 2. And my son loves helping me test my games and play with me. And so like, he helped me record the gameplay footage for this new trailer. So but
That's cool.
all my kids are awesome. They all do love playing games and retro games, but my son especially loves like the beat 'em up games and stuff like that, and playing with me. So anyway, yep.
Next question we've got is, are there any Easter eggs planned for Metro Siege?
Yes. The tricky part is, right, how much can I say? They won't be Easter eggs if I reveal too much.
True. I mean, you can say yes or no.
Yes, absolutely. And expect some pretty cool stuff. Yes, like unlockable things that really affect gameplay and replayability. You may have noticed that the third selectable character is locked at first. So that's one of the first things. By beating the game the first time around, you unlock that third playable character. and then I won't say too much more, but there will be some really nice beefy things you can unlock, and probably some inside jokes and nods, especially if you watch our YouTube channel, like the videos we make. Like, every channel, you end up with your own inside jokes, like these recurring jokes in your videos. So probably little things like that only a real fan of our YouTube videos and stuff like that will also notice. We'll make it into most of our games.
Okay, and we got a question from the Discord channel from Akira. So how do you deal working with huge time zone differences of your team members?
Well, luckily and unluckily for me, I'm in an apartment by myself most days. Unfortunately, yeah. So thank goodness, I get my kids a lot, but on most nights and many days, I'm in an apartment by myself. And even though it's almost 11 p.m. here, as you can see, I can live chat. I don't have to worry about waking someone up. And because of that, my schedule, I've been used to. I've been in France now for over a decade. So I've grown really accustomed to, and luckily, I'm one of those people that can nap at the drop of a hat, which is a fantastic skill that I pity the people that can't do that. So basically, I can adapt my sleep schedule very readily. So if I have to set the alarm to wake myself up at 3 a.m. to have a meeting with Corey or anybody else, that's never a problem.
Yeah, you're an ocean away, so there's a good number of hours between us. He's ahead, but yeah, usually it's fairly easy. We can.
It's only 9 hours, not a big deal.
Well, we work in such a way that it's like doing this kind of thing. You're kind of always
up,
always up, always doing it. So
yeah,
I know that as a programmer myself.
No, we make it work. There's an overlap of many hours where we're both awake. And then, like I said, if there's ever a really specific need, like, if we want to do, I think we mentioned, like Amiga Bill joins us sometimes now for the Let's Play videos. Like, I basically, as often as possible, if Corey is in a closer or the same time zone to another person we need to do a video with, I have them work out what time's best for them to. And then I just make sure I'm there and available to do it too. Like, I've got the most kind of flexible living arrangement and probably brain physiology. Like I said, it's scary what I can nap through. If I want to take a nap, I can just lights out, and then so that really helps.
We're getting close to the end of this, so let's get a few more questions in real quick. Somebody had said here on the Discord, is there anything that is actually connecting all of your games, like a mascot or a trademark, or anything, or a developer logo or something like that? Okay.
Yeah, Bitbeam Canon.
So is that throughout your games too, or do you have anything like a Sonic the Hedgehog type of a thing? That
No, we don't have a mascot yet.
Okay.
But we have a really cool logo that Corey and I co-designed together. He did the actual rendering. I just helped conceptualize it. So again, kudos to Corey's amazing design work. But if you go to our website, you'll see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in terms of, we do like the idea of connecting multiple games together, whether the current games are, there's been no plans for that, or anything. Right. But we do like that idea and have talked about it before with other potentially other projects down the road. So.
And we do have franchises planned already. Like we said, Damon Claw is the prehistory, but that's a franchise. We're not like overlapping Cyberjack with Damon Claw. Those two worlds are not connected at all. They have a different visual style graphically, different gameplay style, but there will always be the Bitbeam Canon logo on any game we work on or co-create or create. So the Metro Siege, when you see the latest demo, it shows, a sequence of logo screens for the different studios, including Bitbeam Canon.
Okay, so one of our admins here is Yuri, and Yuri wants to be an artist, I think. So he has a question from a creative point of view. How is drawing on paper versus doing bitmaps any different? And do you easily switch between the two?
Yeah, do you want to field this, Corey? I'm hogging all the air. So
it's very different in the sense that pixel artists and really just digital artists are very unique usually in how they find their way of working. For me, with pixel art, I've always used a mouse. There's plenty of people that love using a pen tablet. So
too.
since I adapted to that, it feels very different. Yeah, exactly. For me than drawing on paper. Um, so it, pretty much understanding fundamental visual design sensibilities is the key to being decent at either way, or really any type of digital art. I mean,
Yeah.
I've done all kinds of stuff that isn't pixel art in the past anyways, even getting into 3D graphics. So
Right.
it pays to understand fundamental art principles.
Yep.
And
So
you
there's a giant
will go
overlap.
into, yeah, you will go into any of these areas, including pixel art, with a much better eye, and you
Right.
know,
So-
and then just learning the tool, whatever tool you decide to learn very well, and being able to get good enough with it to where you're not thinking about the software anymore, and you're just thinking about your creation, and that would be the key. Yeah.
Learn those hotkeys for sure.
Yes.
Oh, I
for
imagine.
digital for digital art. And yeah, I was going to say to expand on Corey's point there. There's a huge overlap in general understanding, and I highly recommend, if you're an aspiring artist, or if you've drawn on paper and never done digital graphics or pixel art, definitely subscribe to our channel. There's already really useful. Well, there's one type of video I forgot to mention we do, and that's art and pixel art feedback videos. That's where you can actually send us a screenshots or actual elements of the game you're working on, or animations or anything. And if we have the time, and if we think that would make a really useful tutorial video, we'll actually make a YouTube video about it, giving all our feedback and suggestions on how it could be improved. And as far as workflow, like, that's the thing, there's a huge overlap in knowledge that helps. If you understand, the better you understand perspective, anatomy, color usage, the idea of silhouette, all those things, that is universal in any visual art, whether you're making 3D models or pixel art or drawing on paper. But then there's the specific skills and the specific workflow that can be incredibly different. Like Corey mentioned, he uses the mouse for pixel art. So do I. And I mentioned there's that technique called blobbing in. So anyone that's used to drawing, they've probably never in their life even tried something like that, where instead of creating the thing with lines, you're literally just blobbing in the shape and then worrying about refining and adding details, and at the end practically adding the lines. So it's an incredibly different approach to get similar imagery. And of course, finally, with pixel art, you've got the massive resolution constraint, which is a whole art form to develop and skill to develop on its own. How do you very carefully place colored blocks near each other to create the illusion of a face or whatever, when you don't have anywhere near enough pixels to actually have a real nose or mouth delineated, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. So basically, Yuri can send his little stick figure in to you to review, to
Yes.
see if people like it or not. So Yuri, make the sticks really large and then colorize them, and then they can give you some pointers on that then.
Yeah.
So one final question here
go
before
ahead.
we get out of here, because we're actually right at our time for the next presentation.
Excellent.
Do you have a fixed number of levels, or is there no final plan yet for any of your games, for bosses and stuff?
We actually have them thoroughly worked out. That's not to say we might not do more. Like I said, for Damon Claw, there might end up being the Ultimate Edition. That's when Alex is actually doing the Amiga port. We might add more stuff. But we definitely have the first release of both games very well planned out. And our patrons actually got to see, we actually recorded Corey and I doing our creativity scrums, where we actually figured out the plot of the games. We actually figured out what each level is going to be, what enemies are going to be there. For both games, you can actually watch those videos and be sitting in the same room, like basically like the fly on the wall, watching the creative team actually come up with the ideas in the first place and work it all out over the course of sometimes an hour, sometimes several meetings that each take an hour or more.
Cool. All right. Well, you guys, I really appreciate you stopping by. I appreciate you filling our extra slot too, because we didn't have any content for that. So that worked out great for all of us.
I'm the perfect guy to take up time.
Hey, it's perfect. So again, thanks for joining us. in the Discord. Everyone's welcome to go to the Discord. You have your own room there, which people can ask questions. They're already doing so right now. Everyone's like, it's a great talk already. The feedback's great on this. I know that it went to YouTube, and
Awesome.
we've got good feedback there so far too as well. So anything you want to say last minute about like how to reach you, or just basically go to your website? What would you like to say?
Yeah, definitely go to our website. From there, you'll have the link to all of our social or most of our social media accounts. We'll add the other ones in the near future too. But like, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, I would say definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel because we update on our projects and you can actually see us working on our projects, and we update frequently. And if you're interested in retro games from any angle, we probably make some videos. Like, we have a lot of different series. We probably make something that you'll find entertaining or educational, or hopefully both.
Cool. Well, thank you guys again, and we'll look forward to seeing you in Discord. And anybody who misses this, it'll be recorded live, obviously, and the replay back on YouTube, as well as the CRX event website as well. So Corey, Michael, I appreciate you guys stopping by.
Thanks so much.
Thanks everyone very much.
Okay, let's spot this out. Okay, so we're gonna get Commodore Man in here, and he's logged in, but won't show his video. You can unmute yourself now. So what Chris is going to be doing is, there you go.
Here, can you hear me?
I hear you, but I don't see you. I'm sure it'll be coming.
I got the other screen set up, so I've got to figure this out.
Okay. There you go.
Are we there?
Yep, I see your disk drive.
Okay, I think
Okay, so what Chris is going to be doing today is that Chris is like the grand master of retro repair. And I think I posted somewhere where if you had 1/10 of what Chris has, then you don't even have anything still, because Chris has like everything that Commodore's ever made in spades. And so he has a lot of experience with repair of all the different things from Commodore. So today he's going to be doing a complete overhaul of our illustrious 1541 disk drive.
Okay, does everybody see me okay?
Yep.
We're
good.
doing well?
Yep, you're doing well. Audio's good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great, good. All right, for those of us who are joining, I'm going to do just the drive mechanism unit here on this 1541. We're going to take this apart. We're going to pull that out, and then I'm going to completely strip it down, and then we're going to clean everything down, just so it's all nice and clean. We're going to lube everything. So
cool.
We'll just go ahead and get going here.
All right, I'm going to bounce out of here and let you have the whole show.
Okay, now is there anybody that's going to be listening in and can talk, or I'm not sure if we.
No, that nobody can actually do it this direction. That's why we're wondering if we should have gone through Discord directly.
Yeah.
But I'll pop back in here and we can do questions periodically. How's that?
That'll
Okay.
work. So anybody who's listening in,
just go over to the 1541 overhaul channel on Discord. And so Chris already has like all the tools he's going to be using for this thing, and all the questions. In fact, there's people chiming in right now saying, looking forward to this one. So if you want to ask questions in here, then I can relay them to Chris. We can do it that way. But I'm going to step out for a second. I've got to go.
Thanks, Jim.
You bet.
Okay, guys. So I started out, well, first collecting a lot of these things, and I had piles of them around. And it eventually got to the point where the ones that I was using needed just basic maintenance, just cleaning, lubrication and things. I went on to YouTube and was looking for the information on how to do all of this. And they had some good information, great place to start. A lot of good programs out there, a lot of YouTube shows, and which helped propel me in the right direction. Now, most of everything I've seen, I've never seen anything that's a complete teardown like what we're going to do today. So I think is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just go ahead and just get busy here. I'm going to start with this. We're going to do this drive. Okay. So if anybody's following along, just message along if I'm going too fast. If you have any questions, just post it there in Discord and it'll get back to me and then I can get back to you. Okay, so we flip this over. We're going to remove the 4 screws on the case. In some cases, these screws will be difficult to get a hold of. I've seen screws that have been just jammed in there, and I've seen them where the tops have been just stripped so you can't get to them. In which case, you'll have to figure something out on how to get those out. I'm going to take this easy so these things, the screws are going to want to fall out. If I've got them all, so there's 2 of them that came out. You want to be careful not to bump your drive. You don't want to throw it out of alignment. Now, I'm not going to be going through alignments or anything with the electrical. So it'll be just the mechanical components. Now, if you see here, I have these little bins, and you can use anything. And it's just nice to have these around. You can take the screws, put them in there where they don't get lost, get them out of the way. Okay, now we have the shield. We have the 2 screws on the side. And the other side are just these little dimples that just hold. Now, if you want, you can even use something like this. You can speed things up. Just be careful with power tools. You don't want to be stripping anything. I like to use this one with the ratchet, and I have it turned all the way down, so we don't want to be over tightening anything. So that just eases up. Set that off to the side. Now we have our system, our drive. We're going to next, we're going to pull off all of these. Now, when you start getting into stuff like this, it's really handy to have a camera. If you've got a tablet, iPad, your phone. I found it very helpful to go in and take pictures in each step. And with cables and things, just take multiple, a couple of different angles so that you know for sure how it is you're going to connect these back on. A lot of times, just because they've been sitting for so long, these cables will kind of like have a memory, I think you could call that. Be careful not to touch things. If you have a strap, it probably would be recommended. I like leaving a little dangerous though, so I'm not going to use one. And then we have the power Power cable. Okay. There should be 5 screws. This is the long board. And there's going to be 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, if your particular unit is missing case screws or the screws that mount the board on, you can get those at the hardware store. Those can be replaced easy. They're machine screws. Now, if you have a little carousel or something, you just get these Walmart or something. They're kind of handy. You can just spin your drive around. Works great. Now we have the 2 screws on the side here as well. And that will allow us to remove the board. Take this. Generally, you'll want to do a close inspection of your board. Just look for anything that might be out of place. Since it's open, might as well. All righty. Go and pull the disc out. Okay, this is what we want to get to here. We're going to have to remove the chassis from the case. I'll try and tip this so you can see that. Is that coming in on this other cam? Yeah, we're good. Okay, so we have the 6 screws, 3 on each side. Okay. It's out. This drive isn't particularly dirty. I can see some dust bunnies down there and dust. It's not bad. That I just run underneath the sink. All right. Now there's going to be 2 screws. You can see those on each side. So you turn this around, and this holds the drive mechanism over here to the chassis. We got to pull those out. Okay, now we should be able to move this out of the chassis. And we can do this by simply just picking it up just a little bit and then sliding it out. It should come right out. Careful not to snag your wires. All righty, here we are, Neutronics. Now I remember watching some of the videos on just basic service, and we would go in and we would clean the rails. You can see the rails down in there. Let me grab my pointer here. So we have the rails here. And then we would clean the head, which is just under here. Just a basic service is what that would do. But since we're gonna have fun, we're gonna strip everything off. We're gonna try and take everything off the deck. We're gonna scrub it all down. We're gonna be able to see all the components and pieces of what you need to clean and oil. So let's see here. Let's go next with the board. I'll take this little control board off. This one you're going to need a smaller screwdriver. So if you have something like this, or if you can get an electronic kit, something like a Walmart or whatever that has your small Phillips, we're going to proceed to pull all the screws off. So we have 1, 2, 3 on this. Sometimes it's helpful to have a little gripping tool. You know, these little things, spring loaded. Pull those out. This one, this particular screw right here. Okay, we have the screw and then there's a little washer. So we'll just ease that up. Yep, there it went. Okay, see how this wiggles around? Because what we have here is that this is stuck down underneath. So we'll just gently work it until it comes out. Yeah, here we go. Pull that off to the side. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take this and the front off. We're gonna need to take this and we're gonna need to undo these. So if anybody's having issues with your latches, if they're wobbling, flopping around, then it's likely that you have a problem with this not being tight. This could be broken, or even this little rod. Can we see that? You see that little rod there that holds down when we close it? I've seen drives where that little rod has actually come out. That's an easy thing to fix. So a little tool out here. I'm going to take this off first, and then we're going to pull the latch lever off. We're going to remove all that so that we can get ready to pull this part off. Let's see. All right. Yeah, let's make sure we can all see. All right, I'm getting ready to undo this. Let's ease it out nice and easy. These things are really small, and try not to lose them. Okay. Ha, just about did. So you can see it's just a little screw that's kind of out of focus. But anyway, that's just a little thing that screws into there, and it holds the rod that goes across to here. So I'll put that out of the way. There's two. Okay, see I'm holding that down. Take the stress off of it if I can get this to hold in. Okay. Second one came right out. Okay, see that flopping around? Just be able to ease that right out. Okay, there's the lever. And we take a screwdriver and we can just push on this little rod here. Make sure we can see it here. You see that little rod just comes right out. See, this just flops down. Good. This little spacer here, that just snaps right over this rod. So all that does is it just keeps this in place so that it doesn't move when you're actuating the lever. So we're going to be careful how we remove this. We don't want it to crack. Get this off the pop that right off. I need just another screwdriver here. Here it is. You see how that just snaps? That'll just snap right back on when we're ready. Get to this after we pull the plate off. Okay, loose. Take the face plate off. We have the 2 screws. There's one down here, one down here. Okay. This is the little sensor right here. There's a disc in there. So it looks like I'm going to have to cut this little tie to be able to get some slack here to remove this. So I get my little cutters, carefully remove this. Something underneath. Yeah, okay. And we're not getting enough room to move this off because it's just a little too tight here. So let's see if we can get some more slack with the lines here. They use a little bit of glue on these, so that'll just have to be carefully worked off. You can just work that off with the screwdriver. Just pops off. And you'll see another spot here. Let's get some more slack here. pull that off. I'm going to cut this tie down here. Okay. That should give us some slack here. Okay, we got it. Uh, another little trick that I've taught myself is sometimes I can just take these screws out and I can just put them back in. Keep them from getting lost. And I know where they go. Okay. We might need to cut that, but let's see what we can do here. All right, next screws are going to be these two, and that's going to allow us to be able to get this piece off. It's a little stainless steel spring that's down here. Okay, we're going to need to carefully ease this up around like so. Okay, just for the ease of it, I'm gonna cut that other tie. Okay, we need to, this is the part that holds the disc. You know, that goes into the hole, and that's what holds it down to where the drive motor can turn it. But we need to get into here, and we need to clean this has to all come apart. We've got to clean everything out. I know I've noticed in a lot of drives that I've cleaned that there's a lot of just tar and just nasty stuff. And in some cases I've seen wear where the grease and lubricant is gone. And we don't want that. So let's put that aside for right now. Get the rest of this off. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put these screws back into here. See where to drop down. Okay. Oop. Right, so you see where the head, the whole mechanism, the rails. We're going to take all this apart. Okay, rails next. So we're going to have the two screws. There's one here. Where's my pointer? We have this one here. And then we have this one right here. And that's the those are the brackets to hold the rails, and that'll allow them to just come right out. Stubborn. Try to make sure to use this proper size screwdriver in case they're tight. Just want to avoid stripping those out. You'll see taking that out. And these rails will just come right out. Scrub all those down. Give them some good lube. All right, now we're getting to tricky territory here. Notice I'm turning here to move that head. I just don't like grabbing this piece here and forcing it. So if I don't have to. You know, when we get to this piece here, this is the stop. And we want to be careful. We want to try to get that lined up as close as possible to where it was before. So you're going to want to look really close at how this is sitting. So I don't know if you can see. Let's see if I can get a close up. So So just notice, I like to look over here in the corners, and I know there's a little space right here. I want to try to get that line set right back to where it is. You don't want that to be too far either way, because that's going to throw off the stop. So off with this next. At this point, it's up to you what you want to do. If you don't feel comfortable enough taking this, if you don't feel comfortable enough in taking off this screw and removing any of this, then you probably don't have to do that. You can still get under there and you can do all of your detailed cleaning at this point. This one usually is what I do with this is I'll just soak it with the oil just so that it gets down there and it gets some. So because that, since that is a moving part, we do want to have it oiled. And we'll get into the stepper motor a little bit later. So we'll make sure that this gets oil as well. This part here, I'm gonna pull this off, and then we can get down underneath and clean all that. But there's also bearings under here, and I've had a couple bearings on some drives that were dry, and if they get too worn, then it's not going to move right, and those probably have to be replaced for it to function well. But we're going to pull this off, and that's what we're going to do. We'll have to do that from underneath, and it means removing the screw. This, obviously the belt will come off, and then we can get down into there and we can inspect that bearing. On the Alps drives, underneath there, they actually have two bearings. So just keep in mind. So that's the one with the little spring latch. I'm going to go ahead and remove all this up first. I'm going to try to remove this spring. Now you can use pliers if you have needle nose or something such as that. You can remove these. I found this neat little tool that has a nice little hook on it. So see how they're bent that way. It's just a little bit easier when removing springs. So I'm going to just hook that, try and ease that off. Might have to pinch on this. Okay. Spring. Gonna get lost. Okay, that's wanting to pull on this metal belt here. We want to be real careful if we've removed that. So I'm just holding on to it to keep it from being moved. There we go. So you can see these two little pieces. Just something to remember when we put them back on. We need both of those there. Out of the way. There it is. I want to be careful opening. We don't want to open this up any more than we have to. We want to keep that spring as tight as possible on there. Well, how it's set up. We'll get in there and we'll clean that head. You can use isopropyl alcohol. I've used the 91%, but you can get it over at Walmart. If you have 99, that's great. However, I do recommend something more like audio video, something you would clean, like the reed heads off, like cassette tapes and things. You can find those online. All right. Let's see if we can get this get this piece off there. And the belts are real easy to remove if you haven't done them. You can just ease it off. I like to do it just by turning, by rotating it, and it just rotates right off. Okay, notice that little kink? That's been sitting there for a long time. So that's gonna probably want to look at replacing that. I don't have one right on hand at the moment. The rest of the belt looks good though. It's up to you. If you feel it needs to be replaced, then go for it. You can find those. I get the fabric belts from Console 5. Now these screws, these are reverse. Can you see where I'm going? That's going to turn that way to undo. So I'm going to just hold on to it to keep the thing from turning. Work that's coming. Getting it. Okay, corrected. Lefty loosey. I literally have another drive just like this sitting over across the room where the screw undoes the other way. Something to notice. Try to work this off. Let's see. Looks like they've put a little bit of that glue in here. We're having pick tools. Comes in really handy. There it is, right there. Lock washer. Whoops, sorry guys. Okay, here's one washer. And our bearing. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Maybe I can move that a little closer. It's a little bit dirty in there. This is actually quite clean. A lot of the 41s that I've worked on. Should be able to get this off now. Let's see, screwdriver. There we go. See how I just worked it and worked it. It just needed to be worked around a little bit to get it to come out, to loosen up. Okay, yeah, it's pretty dirty in there.
So Chris, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here. Go ahead.
All right. So everybody's eating popcorn over here in the Discord channel, and I think they're getting ready to play some bets to see how long it takes to put this thing back together.
If I can put it together as fast.
There's a lot of parts there. Don't lose anything.
Yes, there is. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so I'm following along, and everybody's just watching and making little comments about, by
Nice.
now they would have lost all their parts. So, so carry on, man.
Thank you. All righty, bearings. Now I can see we have two of them in there. I don't know if it'll show up in the camera or not. Probably not. It's too hard to see. There's one on each side. What I like to do, I'll grab one of these cotton swab, or what do you your cotton buds, and I'll just ease it in there, and I'll just spin it around just to kind of get a feel, just to feel it out. If it feels gritty or anything like that, they're really bad. This one's really good. This one it's actually pretty good for its age. Let's see what the back side does. Go over here on the other side, do the same thing. Yeah, I can feel it's a little bit of drag in there. Now everybody has their own ideas for what type of lubrication to use. You can use something like this. This is just the regular oil. It's a lighter oil, and so it works really well with these smaller parts. You can also get this in the synthetic. If you prefer to use synthetics, go for it. So, but is what I'm going to do. We gotta clean everything off first before I oil anything. Alrighty. This. This. Go to town, start cleaning everything off. See how they've a lot of snags in here, a lot of rough spots. I've actually taken a file and smoothed those out. I'm not going to do that here today, but just saying. Yeah, this is really clean. I've had drives where I would do that and it would just come out black. And because I like the numbers, I'm not gonna go over that. That'll take it up right off. It's just so much nicer cleaning without having to have all of the parts on and then trying to work around them. And when this is all put together, it really makes a big difference in the overall appearance. That, and there's a lot of junk that gets left behind that I just like to have it removed, and it's just not going to be anywhere near where it's going to be affecting the drive. Let's see. Is this where we play the elevator music while I'm doing this? This particular drive was given to me by a friend. He didn't want it anymore, and he thought, yeah. Asked me if I wanted to have it, and I said, sure. And that was about 20 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, see, black. I'm gonna wash this. I'll be going over this probably a couple times until I don't see that. So nice and clean. Not bad. Yeah, I've never seen anybody do a cleaning quite like what I'm doing here. So it's a real treat. And about these drives, you know, I get all the jokes, you know. It's like, man, those old boat anchors, you still have those? It's like, yeah. I think they're actually a phenomenal piece of engineering. and design.
So Chris.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm bringing Yuri in here to do this. I actually have to take off. If you can believe this, I've had people that want to pay for overnight Saturday delivery shipping for the build project so they can have it tomorrow, so they can have it by the time we do the hardware build.
Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah, so I'm gonna go, I've been doing FedEx labels, so I'm gonna go run and do that. I'm handing it off to Yuri, so Yuri will
Yes.
have control of the room, and he's gonna funnel questions to you and stuff. So,
Excellent.
all right.
Thank you.
All right, we'll break a stepper motor. See ya.
Thank you. Hey, Chris, man. I'm going to try and feature you some. Hey, man, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm just having a good old time.
We've got a lot of people in awe. A lot of people have been voting when they would stop taking things further apart, and that's many steps ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all rooting for you to ever get this thing back together and actually working again. Hey, Chris, I'm gonna move some questions to you that I've seen, and I invite anybody that's got questions along the way for Chris here to put them in the
Yes.
1541 overhaul Discord channel, and I'll try and catch them if I happen to forget one of your questions. Just type it in there again, and I'll make sure I pipe up here, Chris. I'll mix it in with some of my curious questions as well, Chris. So we'll do it while I'm working. One of them that came in is. And I'm gonna mess up names, guys. I apologize in advance. A chap by the name of Bago Zonde brought in a question. He had a drive. He has a drive. It was loading floppies properly, but for write operations, his disk it just didn't work. And he had understood in the past that these drives have separate heads for loading and saving. Can you comment on that?
On the 41, they use the same head.
Okay, so they use the same head. Now, one of the things he brought up is, could it possibly be a head that's dirty or otherwise?
It could very well be. So, an easy way to check that, you don't have to go down to like this, what we're doing here, to check that. You can simply open up to the point where you can see it, so you just lift this just slightly enough, just enough so that you can get into there and see where the white is with the little line. That's the head. You can take a little bit, take a Q-tip with a little bit of alcohol on it and just gently work it until it's clean. And then let it dry, and then fire it up and see if it'll load.
Okay.
If it's not a dirty head, then you're probably somewhere in the logic. So you're probably looking on the board.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Hey, Chris, the specific unit you're working on now, there's quite a few different 1541 drives. Is the difficulty level between the 1541s different? Is there one where you open it up and if it looks like this, just close it down and never touch it again, or are they pretty much the same? Or
the 41s, basically the classics, not the twos, but the classics, you have basically your two different mechanisms. So this is the Alps, and this is the Neutronics that we're working on. And there is a little bit of difference in how you're going to be taking these apart. So you can see that there is a difference. But generally, the principles are the same.
All right, I'll keep feeding.
Somebody who has if somebody who is following has the Alps drive, again, having a camera when you're getting in, just take pictures, do a little bit of work, take another picture, and you can follow along so that when you go back to rebuilding it, you get everything in the right place and you know where everything goes.
Got it. I'm a little bit hesitant to ask more questions where you're at right now. How are you going to keep all these screws apart?
Oh, well, after doing a few of them, you just kind of get the hang of it. So
Is there any tip you can give anybody about that? Because I've noticed all the screws look very different. What has worked for you? Now you've got so much experience with the many drives you've done, but if someone that's going to undertake this after drinking enough, watching your videos, and being brave enough to undertake this?
well, you've seen how I've put some of the screws back in their place. That's real helpful. So that that when you get ready to put that piece back on, you just have to remove the screws that go there. You can put it there and you have the screws right and handy, so they're easy to go. Otherwise, I'm putting them up out of the way. So I'm using a couple of bins here. A couple of them I've laid out. Just to me, it separates it. So because I know I've got case screws and things, and then I have other mounting screws here for all of the little doohickeys and gadgets. But yeah, I would just take pictures.
Hi, cool. This video is going to help a lot. This is going to go on YouTube, and there's not a lot on this, so this is going to be very, very helpful for a lot of people.
Yeah, this goes far beyond what anything I've been able to find. So it's something that initially, that when I started getting into this, I was looking for and I couldn't find it. So I had to basically just wing it. Just so.
Cool.
That
I'll let you work a little bit. One of the users here brings up a good point as well. He says, hey, you could also stick screws to a piece of tape as a group, so you kind of keep them together. I think that's a great suggestion.
You can do that.
Well.
That's a good idea. Keeps them from going bing or bouncing or getting bumped.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good idea. All right, I'm going to get busy scrubbing here. So if anybody else has any questions or comments, feel free. Yeah, I'm still pulling up some little bit of grime there. These surfaces tend to be a little bit porous. In the manufacturing, it's like earlier when I was using the cotton swab, it would pull a cotton swab apart because of the rough little edges. I don't think I've got my files. Yeah, I'll worry about it later.
Chris, another suggestion came in. Armitage is saying he's using those little locking craft boxes that you can sometimes see at the dollar store to put screws in as well. I think that's another great suggestion indeed.
Yes, definitely. I think
the area that we're cleaning right now, Chris, is that mostly cosmetic, or is that functional where you're at now? And okay, when you go through this, can you kind of highlight that where it is and isn't?
This is the general area where the head operates, and I just like to have that all clean. We have here, this is where the disc rests on top of this piece, which goes here. And but just getting under here, there's a lot of times I'll find a lot of junk down underneath here, which could lead to getting into where the bearings are. So I just want to make sure it's all clean. So then it just feels better. Yeah, it does look better. So once you get it all put together and you look at your finished product, you look at that and you go, this is really nice. And I remember when I had finished putting together my first one, I looked at that, and that was kind of what I went. It's just like I was able to do it, and it looks great and it works great. I've got it just down over here, and when I set up my Commodore, pull out the drive and plug it in, and I just enjoy the handiwork I've been able to do. Just getting it back up to great running condition. You'll find that when we're done cleaning, I'm not sure if I'll hook that up, but when you finish cleaning and everything is lubed, the whole system will just, you'll tell by the sound of it just how smooth everything runs, and it's just that, you know. I've noticed on some drives they've been quite loud. You fire them up and they're spinning. You can really hear, but then after cleaning, it tones that down quite a bit. So,
Chris, was this a drive that was previously working?
Pardon me?
Was this a drive that was previously working?
This particular unit, he's got a sticker on here that says it will run and load, but it won't format.
Okay. All right. So it may or may not work, because I think there's I'll do a quick poll in the channel as well to try and see. There's probably people rooting for getting that thing connected up, and seeing if it at least will, if it will at least power up without setting itself on fire or anything.
Well, I don't have, I put all my monitors back in my closet, clearing off my.
Maybe we'll do a reveal of that somewhere on Saturday or Sunday, kind of like take bets on that.
I can get things set up if if we get the time, and I'll fire it back up and we'll try it out. So I know everybody be interested in seeing that. So all right, let me get finished up with this here, and then I need to clean this. And then I've got to clean all the rails, all the little bits we've taken off. I've got to pull. I'll scrub this down. I got to get all the dirt off of here, and then we're going to oil that. We got to be careful though. We don't want to get oil. We don't want to get oil up into the screw here where it tightens up. So I'll just continue on.
Can you talk to that last bit? You went over that real quick. We don't want to, the piece you just pulled off, you don't want to do what there?
Yes, so this is what the disc, this is the bottom where the disc holds and it spins. And this other piece here, see that's where these two come together, right?
Yeah.
And the disc is in between. So the disc goes in between and that spins. So we don't want, we want it lubed on the outside. We don't want, however, we don't want to get any in there where we put the screw, because that's what tightens up both sides. And if that becomes loose, that could be a problem.
Hi, that's a good pointer there.
Wait a minute, I just did this. I'm getting distracted. I'll just double check, make sure everything's the way I want it. Yeah. See, now we're getting to where this looks great. Now the plastic pieces, if you have something on there, marks or whatever, maybe grease or something, you can use the isopropyl alcohol. Well, you can use it anyway if you want. But if it's not necessary, you could just use something like Windex.
Chris, have you noticed with the isopropyl being used on the plastic, it has harmed at all, or is it fine to use?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen. You're talking about how it turns it brittle.
Yeah,
I think
or have you had any bad experience with that? You've done quite a few of these. Are you,
I have
in your personal experience?
mostly with the IPA. I'll actually see the scrub marks, and so even if I use the isopropyl on the plastic, I'll go back over Windex or maybe even just water, something, just to get those little scrub marks off of there.
Okay, all right. So Windex it is.
This one's pretty clean, so let's go a little bit. Yeah, you can use paper towels, whatever. Okay, see, yeah, it's a little dirty there, but good old fashioned elbow grease on this. Yeah, see, there's a little bit of dirt that collects in under there, down in here. Clean all that out. That's less stuff flying around inside the drive. Okay. See how I just used a paper towel just to get what's easy, the big open spots. And then I'll go to the Q-tip, and then I'll start to do the detail work where I can't get in easily. And just try and clean off what I can. Now, if this were to be something that I was going to actually showcase, then I would definitely take a lot more time, a lot more patience, making sure that it was just right. But since we're just doing a good cleaning, I'm not going to focus too much on concentrating on little spots. So.
Hey, Chris, I've got a question in whether or not you've ever done this same for with a 1581.
I have not yet.
Maybe you should give people a little bit of an insight in the stack that you still have to go through before you permit yourself to do a 1581.
Well, my whole pile of drives.
You have a few more drives to go through first.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's a sampling. There's a sampling of it right there. Whoop. You see them?
Yes, I do.
Those all need to be done.
It's, I think Jim mentioned it as well. I think the rest of the crew put together probably doesn't have as many drives as Chris has got sitting and laying around the house.
Yeah, that's just what's in the office. So, well, there's a couple more up here, a couple more up there. I've got a few more down here somewhere. They're hiding. All righty. Since you're here at this point, you have all this all apart. It wouldn't hurt to just do an inspection, just double check everything. You don't want any broken traces. Maybe you have a capacitor that's going out. What I would do generally at this point, since I have it apart, I would go ahead and I would pull all of these electrolytics off and I would replace them. Not going to be what I'm doing today, so I'm just going to go ahead and put this together, and I'll worry about that later. Maybe that could be something we could do in the future videos, going over and replacing capacitors.
Yeah. I think in general, it's for people that are watching, if these things are not bulging at this moment in time, and this is the first time you're doing this, you may want to just do it in steps. So kind of do this mechanical refurbishment,
Yes.
see if you can put it back together. If you don't end up with a whole bunch of extra screws, that's what typically happens to me. It's gotten better over the past 30 years.
Yeah, why did Commodore need those? All this extra stuff.
Exactly.
And quite frankly, I've done that more than once. I've had to go back and take everything all apart because I forgot some little thing down underneath. All right. Use this. I don't want to overload the Q-tip with IPA when I'm going in here and cleaning these. I don't want to soak the bearings with IPA. All I want to do is just clean around. See how dirty that is. So make sure everybody can see where I'm cleaning. So right here, just work it around.
Is that a sealed bearing there?
The bearing, yeah. This drive has two. There's one here, and then there's one. If you turn it over, this is the other bearing. This is actually two bearings. So.
Okay. So, but what but you're leaving those in, you're not touching that any other. Those are press bearings, and you just leave them in. Don't try and do anything more. Is what you're saying here.
I can try again.
No, I wasn't suggesting to try. I was asking what you've been typically doing here. If
I can pull these out, it actually works better because then I can take these bearings and I can use any little container that you want. I made a little container out of aluminum foil, and I put some oil in there, and I just stuck them in there and let them soak
them in there a little bit. Wow.
Yeah, so then I try to work them once in a while just to make sure that oil gets into the bearing, and then I bring them back out and I clean the outsides and back in they go. Some of them, some drives I haven't been able to get the bearings. They're just in there so tight. So then I would just put a lot of oil up here on the top. So then I would just put a bunch of oil on there and just work it. It's like I showed you before.
Chris, what kind of oil are you using for that? Can you show which oil you're using that works for you? That works well for you?
Yeah, I like the 3-in-1.
Okay.
And there are a lot of other products that will work great as well. This is the standard oil. It's a light oil, but it also comes in synthetic. So if that's what you prefer to use, you can use that too.
There's no preferred difference. It's more a personal preference than anything
else.
Yeah,
it's more. Of course, it depends too. The synthetic won't attract the dust like the real oil. So for me, it doesn't. I'm not afraid of having to go back in and clean. But whereas the synthetic won't attract the dust to the components, so the rails and that won't get as dusty. It won't stick on it like with regular oil. But I'm one of these crazy types, when it's all done and oiled, I just like to smell and just go.
Those were all your words.
Yes. But yeah, there is that dust component to the different types of lubricant. So, but it's really up to you what you want to use. As long as as long as you upkeep the maintenance, then using standard 3-in-1, there won't be a problem.
Hey Chris, now you're at this point there because you're getting pretty far in taking this thing apart. Do you typically see like the dust and grime accumulate at any specific spot? Is there like hot spots in these things, or?
Yeah, mostly you'll be on the deck because generally the discs will be sitting flat, stored wherever they are. Generally, you'll be seeing them just like this, and most of the dirt and crap will be up on the top of the deck. And I get a lot of it underneath these. Lot of dirt and grime underneath there.
Yeah, so it's
a lot
really
of it underneath
worth
me
taking
here.
that piece off. So
Pardon
it's
me?
really worth taking that piece off then, Chris.
I think so. See,
Yeah.
because is what we have here is the bearing. And if you've got a lot of junk, you know, I've seen sand and hair and dust, dead bugs, and all of that collect underneath here. You know, and that's right where the bearing is.
Yeah. Right,
So,
right.
yeah, there's the possibility of getting contaminants where you don't want them. So, yeah, so I think it's worth taking that off and cleaning, getting a thorough clean. It's really difficult to get under there with anything else. You could probably do it if you're using like needles and some small mini pads or something, probably, but is it worth that extra effort? To me, it's not. I think it's easier just to unscrew it and pull it off and clean. You know, and if you've got a drive that's old, has not been serviced in a long time, you're going to want to take that off anyway so you can get down into those bearings. These bearings, they need to be oiled. You've got to go in and oil these bearings. Okay. What else can we take apart? I'm going to set this aside since that's clean enough for me. Okay, this is a real treat. This one's fun. Now, it's with all spring-loaded mechanisms. When you start taking those apart, be careful because you don't want parts flying. I've spent over an hour looking for these little clips that pop off. So is what I'm going to do. I have a tool here. See these snap, I don't know, E-rings, I think they call them. This particular one has little holes on the sides here that I can get to. Sometimes I can use this little snap ring tool to get to this first one. I've also been successful at removing them with, let's see, where are they? With a pair of screwdrivers. Now, you want to be careful how you want to try and secure it. And then you want to try to keep it so that when this thing pops, if you've got your technique right, then your hands will catch it. You know, keep it from going across the other side of the room. So, but I'm going to cheat here and I'm going to use this other tool to see if I can get this off. You definitely want to get in here and clean these out. See if I can get this to where I can remove it. I don't know if it's hard to see. Okay, that's in. Oh, get in there. Okay, I got it. See, I've got the tool. And then I open up that ring just enough to get it out. There. I paid $70 for that tool. Kind of a high price. But then because I'm doing a lot of these drives, and also it helps with the data sets. So a tool like that. Okay, here we go. So you see how that's come off. We want to clean into here for sure. Really good. Anywhere where that's going to be moving around, we want it clean so that when we want to lube that up nice so that that can function really well.
Hey Chris, for those people that are smart and wise and have that Commodore 64 and lingering for getting back to the floppy days, what 1541 should they try and get? Which of the models should they get? Which one do you feel are the most reliable in your experience?
You know, I really haven't seen a more or less reliable. I think anyone, if you want a 41, just about anything, as long as you get it in good shape and good working order, you should be fine. So they're equally reliable. I've got some of the older 15, the VIC 1541s, and they're still working, still going.
And do you, so you don't mind the flip switch or the turn knob?
Doesn't matter to me. I think it's just another little interesting twist in Commodore goodies. So another something extra to collect.
Okay.
So if
I don't know how his nickname is used. Crosslar, Xlar 54 came up with a brilliant suggestion here. Chris, you should sign your name inside the case whenever you do one of these. You'll know you're going to be getting a solid drive. Maybe we should reveal that Chris really doesn't sell any of these drives. He's basically building world's largest 1541 museum there.
Yeah, it's all about preservation. So it's to make sure that things aren't going bad, that there's no rust or something that's going to destroy the drives. So that way, in my mind, I'd like to have as many of them functional as possible. You never know. Maybe somebody will get one. Let's see. It's kind of hard to see these little components on this light surface. Let's see if I can find something dark to put this on. Okay. Can you see that better?
Yeah, this is very clear on the video.
Okay. All right, so we have a spring here that's got to come up. I'm going to go ahead and grab my little, where are they? Right there, so we can see. So we'll pull the spring off. Note the orientation. So the small part, see how it's wider on the one end and smaller on the other? The smaller end is going to go down. So now I'm going to line these up in order. So this, then we have this. There's going to be several washers. Yeah, look at that, it's dirty in there. Yeah, this needs to be clean. That's the next one. Okay, this is the fun one. We got another one of these E-rings. We've got to pop that out. See how dirty, see the grime. I don't know if you can see that on the screwdriver there. So I'm going to want to clean that off.
Hey Chris, once you get this piece all separated, will you please one more time go over that with the sequence as well? Because even with rewinding the video, I don't know if I would be able to get that. This is one that you don't want to get wrong, I'm sure.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is, notice how I'm lining everything up so that I know this was the first piece I took off. This was the next, then the next. And then what I'm going to do is they'll all be lined up And then I will individually clean each little piece, and then I will reassemble it in the reverse order. This is just a good way for me to make sure that I keep everything straight, and I don't, because you don't want a disc wobbling while it's in there, you know, if something's not put in right. So we've got to figure out how to get this other little E-ring off of here. So this usually is what I do with the 2 screwdrivers. Okay, where'd I get the other one? In front of me. Let's see. Oh, another thing is that try to be careful with this. I overhauled a tandem drive, and I broke one of these. It got brittle, not just with age. So be careful not to snap any of these pieces off or break this. Okay, so see how I've got the opening? I'm going to want to try to pull it off this way so that it hits my hand. I don't want it to be flying off anywhere else. And this is basically just something that I've learned to do just by doing some of them here. So I know there's a tool for this, but I can't find it. Did I get it? No. Get a little bit more light here. Okay. Any bets on whether I'll get this off without flinging it across the room?
Well, you're asking at a moment of time where I would say you're influencing the betting outcome.
Yeah, it's tricky. Bingo. There it is. Here's the next piece. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Get off there. You seeing this okay? I just want to make sure I get this centered on the camera. All right. Now there's going to be another washer underneath that. I can pull this brown spacer off if I need to. Okay, there's that. Now this, getting this out of sequence here. So it's going to be this, and then this, and then this. Okay, we got it? We're good? Yeah, we're starting to get into the grime here. Scrub it up, dub. Yeah, dirty. Wow.
Oh, there's some grime coming off that, all right.
Yeah, it's really bad. So you see all this black grime. Old grease mixed with all the dirt over time. So I'm going to hit it again once more, make sure. Yeah, there's still a little bit on there. All right. Clean. Yeah, it's a little bit tedious going in and cleaning all these small parts. You can't see
Sure,
what I'm doing.
easier than putting a Corvette on your desk.
I gotta watch the camera once in a while because I'm covering up what I'm doing here. So you see how I'm holding this down just to secure it and then cleaning. And I can see the dirt that's on there. Yeah, see just that little piece. Oh yeah, look at the back. Do you see that? Probably not. Let's see if I can hold that up closer. You can see the grime on that.
Yeah.
It comes right off. Good. Yeah, I want to get all of that off. These are moving parts here. All that dirt, grime, old grease. Okay, so we've got 3. Now, if you wanted to use pliers, be careful. If you don't want to put any marks in them. So that's why I just like to do it like this. Oop, oop, oop. Yeah. more. Yeah. Yep, that's going to take a little bit more on this one. Oop. Dang it. I put a little too much alcohol on the end of there. I want some on there. I just don't want it to be soaking. Yeah, it's real dirty. I'm noticing marks on there. Two little scratches. I wonder if some dirt got in there. Anyway, let's make sure we grease it up good.
Chris, you see any of these parts typically broken?
I've seen one. I had one where one of these was worn down quite a bit, and that's basically where it had dried up, and so it wasn't getting oil at all. And you could even actually hear the high pitched squeak, almost screeches, squeaking as the disc is turning.
Okay. And at that moment in time, you pull one from a spare, or?
Well, I went ahead and put it back in, and it seems as if I've got a good oil in there, then it's going to be okay. I'll keep an eye on it. Well, I can't remember which drive it was now. Guess I'll find out. No, but I put enough oil in there, and it seemed to do the job, so I didn't have any problems with it. Didn't affect the disc anyway, so. This is not a bearing, by the way. Like, the pressed bearings, like for the other thing we were just looking at. This is just a machine. I think brass is what this is. And those who have the 1541 2s, I noticed when I went to work on mine, that it doesn't have this system. It actually has a bearing in there. So it's not a little thing that they changed up when they went to the newer drives. And one might want to ask a question of like, well, why do we want all of these pieces? I mean, wouldn't it work just to have a spring and lock it up? I don't know. That's an engineering question. So I just assumed that maybe if they've tested it and found that to get the proper compression and just the best rotation, that's what they use.
Hey, so I got a question in from vmexplorer.com.
Yes.
He's wondering if these small parts, if you kind of soak these in kerosene, would that be too aggressive, do you think?
In kerosene?
Yeah.
The metal parts, this I would not, and that piece I would not, just because of plastic. But these other metal, they're all metal. I don't see any problem. Why not? Just make sure that it's clean and ready for the oil. You don't want any residue breaking down the oil. that's clean. Yeah, you want to be careful with that. And again, I grabbed one of these on that tandem drive. I just picked it up and it just went snap. My squoze too tight. So just something so that everybody can learn from. So we don't make sure you, when we get everything all put together, just make sure you don't have grease or oil that's out on this, because this is the part that connects.
Just move that a little bit forward so it's better in the picture. Move it a little bit
Right
forward.
there. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, there you are.
So you don't want to get grease or oil on these, because this is what actually contacts the disc, and you don't want that getting all over your discs when you put them in to use them. So it's what we do. And what I do is that I make sure that I run a little extra cleaner. I'll dry it and then I'll use alcohol to make sure that that's just squeaky clean so that it doesn't affect the discs.
See, a suggestion came in from VM Explorer. He's an ex-skater, and he used on his bearings of his skate wheels. He used a product called Goof Off to clean the bearing, and then a little light oil to do that. Now these are really, really small bearings, so that may be a product that, but that might be interesting to look into at some point if you haven't used that product yet.
Is that Goof Off? Is that what he was saying?
Right, Goof Off. I had to look it up as well. Yeah, they come up with the most interesting of product names.
Well, as long as it cleans it and then it doesn't affect the oil when it gets there. So he's just sit them in. Does he just sit them in a little bin and just let them soak for overnight or something?
It looks like it comes in different ways. You can just spray it on. It's a remover for all kinds of like residue.
Yeah, because there's a lot of greases, dirts. Yeah, again, I've had hair and bugs.
Yeah,
Yes.
apparently people use it a lot as a means to do some sticker removal. Glue
Oh
removal.
yeah, I know what that is. I think I've got something similar here.
Yeah, Goo Gone. Oh my goodness, that stuff stinks.
Yes, it does. Now, if we got to try and get in. See the little, how it's grooved? We got to try and get into these little grooves and clean that out. So let's see if it'll.
Hey Chris, did I see that those ends aren't of the same size there?
Yes, the bottom end is kind of flared out.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's.
Yeah, that's visible.
So that's the bottom, and this will go onto there like that. So
right,
and that's.
I think really once you've cleaned this piece up, it's going to be important to kind of show on camera what's bottom, what's top, and the sequence because I could see a nightmare here.
So I didn't catch that. So when we get it all put together, what do you want to do?
Well, when you're going to be putting this back together, it's going to be important to kind of do that really clear in camera with the sequence and what is the top and what's the bottom of the individual parts.
Yes. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm just using paper towel, a little bit of isopropyl alcohol on there, and I'm just using my fingernail to get in there and clean that out. So see, it pulls all the gunk out of there. And I can just use the dry part, and I can just go back in and make sure it's nice and dry, and we get everything out of there. So, Everything rotates around this. Okay. All right. So there we go. Everything's clean. Now we're going to reverse the process here, and we're going to go backwards, put everything back together. So again, like this, like we were saying, this has a little flange on it. So that's going to be the bottom, and that fits into, there's a little groove right around here, and then it'll just seat right into there. So we can just go ahead and put that in and see how that sits.
Yeah.
All right. And now I can go and we'll get the spring.
A silly question. The spring is parallel, so has no up or down.
This particular, this spring doesn't matter.
Okay.
It will fit into this little piece here. It has, there we go. You can see the little groove that's in there.
Yeah.
That's where that spring is going to sit, is in that groove. So this is going to be the top. That's the bottom. And then we just
Groove
place it in
facing
there.
downwards, so the spring fits in
And
it.
it sits like that.
Okay.
Okay, and then we can get our next piece, which will be this, the next washer. And we just ease that on. Okay, see that? There we go. Now we've got to work.
Video, that washer, Chris, on the video, that washer and then the one after this spring look similar. Are they the same or are they different?
Oh, well, let's pull this back off and I'll just set them right next. See them?
Yeah, they look very similar to.
They
to
look the
Authero.
same to me.
Okay. All right. So to you, they look the same as well.
Yes, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and put them back into the same spot.
Okay.
It's kind of crazy, but sometimes parts will wear into where they're sitting. They will kind of seed into wherever they are for their particular spot. I just like to have them sitting in there, same place where I pulled it from. Okay. All right, do you remember that groove that we cleaned out? That's where this next lock E-ring, what do you call them? What do they call them? E-rings. That's where that's going to lock into, is in that little groove that we had to clean out with a fingernail. So I'm compressing the spring to make sure that everything it's down and it can just slide right in. Well, theoretically. So we got to work that back into there. All right. Tricky. Okay. See where I can make sure I get this where we can all see what we're doing, what I'm doing. I got to work that back in so it snaps without going all over the place.
Chris, in the Discord, a lively dialogue is going on with regards to other cleaning products that can be used. Some interesting ones being used there. We'll probably consolidate those at some point in time to try and see if there's more interesting stuff to use.
There's a lot of different ones that you can use. And it's up to you to use to decide which one. My philosophy is that I just want to make sure that all the grease, the old grease and grime, is clean, and then it's dry for the oil. I really need to demagnetize this. I got a magnetized screwdriver and it's not being very helpful.
Hey, Chris,
Yes.
a little trick that you may want to try. Take your screwdriver away from the product that you got there and just bang it on the side end of the table real quick, and it may demagnetize it.
Like this?
Yeah, don't be too shy with it. Good. Remind me next time when I say don't be too shy that I don't use that wording with you.
That doesn't look like it's in. Got it. Okay, do you see how it's in there?
Yeah, I can start seeing bed swinging the other way now.
Is that sharpening?
Yeah, it looks great.
So you want to make sure that you can't see. There's a little pin in the middle of that clip, and that's will seat into that little groove. So then you know you've got it in there. You know, it probably wouldn't hurt to start throwing a little oil on there now. A couple drops, doesn't matter if it's over a little bit, doesn't matter. We'll clean it up. Almost like a little game trying to get these off the table. Okay. So we have these that are left. We get our next washer. The spring. Why is this out of focus? Okay. So remember this first spring we took off? It's smaller on one side, larger on the other.
Chris, where does it go? Yeah, I see that. So where does the smaller side go?
Small side down.
Small side down. Does it fit within that ring that we see there? Or does it sit on top of that? How does that?
It just rests on top of everything here.
Okay.
So is what that
Small
does,
side down.
that's actually going to be the spring that goes into here on this piece.
Got it.
This is the piece that locks down.
Yeah.
Before we get to there, I got to clean this off. Next step is to reattach it. So let's get busy cleaning this. You seeing that? Don't forget the top. Okay, yeah. And then there's a little groove up on the top, and that's just going to snap right into there. I'm going to go ahead and get this little tool. Snap. So I'm putting oil on all of it. Work it in. Make sure it's in there nice. A little glob up there. Work it in. Sorry, guys. All right, so I'm just going to get a little paper towel and just clean up this loose oil that's on here. This isn't really too big a deal. You can have a little bit of oil up there and that's not going to hurt anything. Just we want to make sure that the bottom here is clean and dry. How are we doing on time?
I think, was this one to end at 5 PST?
It says 3 hours is what we'd set aside for. I think we're ahead of schedule, maybe. Then I've lost track of time already.
Yeah, we may. Rodolfo's will be next, so we'll make it work.
Okay, it looks like there's about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we can get this back together in 45 minutes.
I feel this was probably the most difficult part, no?
I think so. I think that is because you have those little snap rings and they're hard to get off and put back on.
Is this the part that typically also, creates that squeaking sound when the floppy drive's accessing the floppy disk?
It can when it's spinning. That can be one of the causes of squeaking. So if you hear squeaking, it could be that this system here, this mechanism is dry.
All right.
Now you could try by putting a little bit of oil on there and see if it'll seep down just a little bit. See what it'll do. Otherwise, if it hasn't been cleaned in a long time, then you really should go in and do the service and make sure you get all the grime out. Put new oil in. All righty. Does everybody remember how we took this apart?
We've got people claiming that you could do this with your eyes shut. Maybe for the next video, that's what we're gonna do.
Now, we've got a minute. I'm gonna try to see if I can work these out. I can get these bearings. I'm not optimistic. These ones are hard to get out. Hasn't even budged. All right, so in this case, I just take it. I'll take the oil. I want to soak that in oil. Everybody can see what I'm doing here. Get my arm out of the way. All right, so I put oil around there on the top, and I'm just gonna work it. Under normal circumstances, I would just let this sit for a few hours, come back, work it a little bit, just to make sure that the oil penetrates. You know, trying to oil them this way, it takes a long time because getting into these narrow spots, it takes a while. See, we're already getting some of the old grease. You see that on there? There. That's some of the old grease that's coming out of these bearings. So that's good. We like to see that. I just took some of the extra oil off of there. Just don't need too much sitting there. Okay, over the other side. This was the one that's got issues. Yeah, wow. Yeah, you can, if you go into a bearing that's dried and you just lightly turn it, you can feel where it's like it snags.
Hey, Chris, can you maybe flip the drive a little bit? Yeah, that's better.
Sorry,
yeah.
I being right-handed, I keep forgetting I've got this camera, and so okay. So see what I'm doing? I'm spinning. I just take this and I just try to work it in. And I want to put enough on there that it just covers the whole area so that some of it will soak down in. I might have to come back and I'm gonna let this one sit. After I put this back together, so after I show you, I'll come back and I'll pull this off again, and I'm gonna let this sit for overnight. Ooh, it's getting better. Oh, yay.
It must have been something stuck. You got it out.
Sweet.
There we go.
I'll just soak it with a little bit more oil.
I got to inform you that on the Discord, we've got people swinging from left to right when it comes to bets on putting this thing back together. There's also people rooting for left-handed people. Not quite sure what's on with that.
That's okay. It's improved some. Yeah, I'm going to have to let this soak for a while. But I'm going to go ahead and put it all back together just so we get everything back together so everybody can see.
Yeah, so I expect a lot of people are thinking this, and they came up. We spoke about this earlier. These bearings, sometimes you will take them out, but often you will leave them in, depending on how easily they will pop out, right?
Yeah, I was on one of the Alps drives. I was trying to get one of these in. That seemed to have a smaller hole, and so I was actually trying to force that down in so that I could get in there and clean it. And it ended up popping one of them out. And I went, oh, wow. And there's actually, when you get both of them out, there's one of those clips that's in between that I don't know how they put it in there. I don't know how they did it, but there's a little clip that separates the two bearings. So, yeah. All right. Unbelievable. This is what happens. I set something off to the side and then I lose it. This. All right. Okay, this is the bottom of the unit, and this is going to go up on the other side and through. some of this extra, but this is why I like to file these down, these little burrs, because I'll be picking pieces of cotton out. Really don't want to have that around the drive, the mechanisms to get caught in there.
Hey, Chris, I think it's worth mentioning that the item you see on your right-hand side, the stepper motor that you got there, you typically only want to start taking that off if you're also willing to do a readjustment of the alignment.
Yeah, this is where you align it. Is you take, these are the two screws for the alignment. If your drive isn't out of alignment, don't. That's why I'm not pulling this off either, because it will throw it out of alignment, and I'll have to run through and hook up my little cartridge and try and get it lined up. You know, this part here too, the stepper motor, we can go in and I have some deoxit that we can clean that stepper motor, you know, where the bearings, where it spins there on the shaft. And so I'm not sure if we'll have enough time to do that. Get this in there. All right, I'm going to put a little bit of oil on one of these. A little bit of oil on that. Okay, that's on there. This. Okay, so I have this little lock washer, so that's going to go back in. It's crazy. Hold on. Time out. I'm forgetting something. Everything back off. Make sure that there's a little bit of oil on this shaft here. There. Until we greased it. Doesn't want to stay there anymore. All right. Okay. See that, what that's doing? A little bit of wobble in
A
there.
hopeful sign, yeah?
You see that wobbling?
Yeah.
That's not right.
Uh-oh.
So there's something that's,
Is that something not straight on, or?
I don't know. I didn't catch that. It may have always been that way. I didn't check that before. That's a problem.
Well, in your case, you have 1 or 2 spares.
Yes. So let's take it apart and see what's going on there. Okay, that one rotates just right. That's a little better. Hmm. I don't know why it's doing that. That should be a smooth. There we go. There we go.
So was it not on straight, perhaps, or not all the way pushed in?
I had to work it around and try to twist it and test it and then twist a little bit more until it's straightened up. So I don't know if it's something I can't see and how it was made, or if it's maybe it just straightened up on there. I don't know. There we go. Things to check.
Look how smooth that thing is running.
Isn't that nice? How that just, how easy that. That's what we're
Awesome.
looking for. That's what we want. Okay, I just put a little bit of oil on there. And I just work that in. Now, when that really gets good and lubed there, then that eases up really nice. Now, by taking this actually stresses the motors, not having these parts lubed. So this will extend the life of the motors.
Chris, can you lift that up a little bit so we can see that, but which part that is?
Okay, so see that part right here. This is what
Yep.
when the metal band goes around here,
Okay.
and what I did is I just put a little bit put a drop or two of oil up here, and just working this back and forth. And sometimes I'll even try to rock it. Sometimes they'll have a little bit of play. See if you move them up and down or rock them like this.
So that the oil can seep through.
Can you see that when I do that?
Yeah. So and you do that so that the oil can seep through.
This is to help the oil seep through and get down into where it's gonna do the most good. So
Got it.
that already feels a lot better. So I'll just take another cotton swab and I'll just get the excess off
Hey,
of
Chris,
there.
I'm doing a 30 minutes time check with you.
13 minutes to go.
30.
Oh, 30?
26, I think.
Okay, good. All right. Let's get the rails. Let's see where that piece right there. Okay, I'm just aligning these up so they're nice. It's clean, and then I'm going to lube it later. So I'll get my little brackets back on here. Nice. You see how I'm getting these on? I'm going to leave this loose so that I can adjust it to make sure that it's lined up how it was before.
Chris, talk a little bit more about that.
This is the stop. So whenever when your drive does a steep, what do you call it? A seat, the stop command. You know when it does that bumping? This is where it bumps. That's how you make that adjustment.
Okay. So when putting this back together, what do you specifically look for?
So is what I'm gonna do. Well, a lot of it you can do when you're doing your pictures. You can tell by, you just go with the most recent picture and work your way back. Me, I'm just going and putting just back together just because I remember how to get into this crap. So,
Okay.
but I need to get this particular mechanism in, and then I need to get this and then the top on. I need to make sure this is connected properly. So, you know, I've got to fish that down underneath. So I could take this back off and fish that around if I need to.
Now, Chris, for people trying to follow along with this piece, is this something that you can adjust later once you've put this together?
Yes.
Is there adjustment needed here?
These can all be adjusted later. So you just simply get in there, you just loosen the screws and you make your adjustment to what it needs to be. Okay.
And you just basically operate the command to kind of bang the head to kind of see whether or not it goes far enough?
Well, it's if you look in the, if you're lucky enough to have the 1541 troubleshooting guide, it gives a specific measurement, and I think it's 0.006 millimeter. You can get a, what do we do with that?
Like a thickness gauge.
You know, it's like those little gauges with all the different sizes.
Yeah, yeah.
That
Yeah.
you can select. So it's a 0.006, and that's the gap adjustment. It's
Okay.
0.006, and that's what is supposed to be on here.
Got it.
Okay, spring was in here. We got to get the spring hooked back up to this metal band. I think that's what I need to do is my little tool here. And you don't have to take this off again. You can still clean your drive really good without having to remove this band. You just ease the head around so you can get to the parts, you know, so you can get to where you need to scrub. But I just did this just to show that it can be done and you can do it.
Chris, we got some of the European night owls taking off. They'll be watching the conclusion on the recorded version. It's about 2 o'clock in Europe, or 1 o'clock for the UK folks. So
All right. Well, for those of you who are just leaving, thank you for joining. I hope that you can get something out of this, that it'll help. These drives, they're just wonderful pieces of technology, and it's just fun just to keep them around. So thank you for watching, for taking the time. Yeah, this is a little tricky trying to get this back in. There we go. Let's see, I think I went this way. Ease it up. Just twist it around. This is where it's really nice to have these screws in their spot. You know exactly where they go, and you don't have to go through there, through the pile and go, oh, which screw is it now? Yeah, it's going to put a little tension on it. Tighten it up. Snug them in. Alignment's off. Okay, so check to make sure that when you secure this, that this front end here fits right nice where it's going to seat the disc.
Hey Chris, do you want to switch scene to the full screen one so people can see that a little bit better? Remember on the
I can turn
OBS?
this. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so see how that's seating in there? Because what I did is I
Yeah.
just cinched it down and it was off. So it wasn't seating in against this properly. So I just put it
Are
in
you
there.
then, Chris? Are you holding that then while you screw that tightened?
Yeah, so you see I'm holding it down because it's spring loaded. This is a
Yeah.
spring right here. So I just
Yeah.
hold it down and then it's seated where it's supposed to be, and then I'm going to tighten it down so that it's not.
Yeah, it will auto center that way. That makes perfect sense.
So make sure it's all lined up. Okay, so see that when it closes, nice and easy.
Yep. Nice. I'm excited about hearing this thing run, or probably not being able to.
Not
It's
being
going to be
what?
so whisper quiet, this thing. Once this thing machine runs again, it's going to be so whisper quiet.
Yes. As I was explaining earlier, when I just started, I have two of them here that I had done a complete overhaul on like this, and they're very quiet drives. It's really nice.
Very, very cool.
All right, see if we can get the spaghetti mess figured out. Okay. This one went on the bottom. It's going to go like this. Okay. Still there, Yuri? Nice. Now, is there anybody that it's a quick quiz time? What did I miss?
Oh, Chris, you're
What I
quizzing us
miss?
now.
Did I miss
Uh-oh.
something? You know what it was? Okay, the little metal band. Can you see this?
Yes.
The little metal band. Where's my pointer? Okay, right here.
Yes.
There is a place to screw right here, and look what is missing.
There's no screw in it.
Yeah.
Did you lose the screw?
Oh no, it's right here. Okay, there was that little screw with this funny. This is actually a shaped washer. It's shaped to fit around this right here, so that it seats nice and even. So make sure that's oriented properly. Let's see if I can get this one in here without too much trouble. You seeing this? Do I need to move up?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay. I just need to secure that so that it's properly aligned. There. And the middle band is secure. I just keep hitting that, don't I? There we go.
Chris, I noticed when you were taking this thing apart that you were using the electric screwdriver. Would you recommend anybody doing that really if you start doing this? I'm a little bit worried that people may strip the
Yes,
screws.
you want to be very careful on the drive you use. Mine has this little ratchet thing that I can adjust how tight these screws get, and I turn mine all the way down so I can hold on to it.
Got it.
See?
Ah, yeah,
stop.
yeah.
And it'll put them on there just snug. If you use a drill that doesn't have that, you can strip your screws.
Yeah.
it was these two here. This little grabber, this is such a handy little tool. And then I can go in and I can insert them. These tight spaces, I can start them. Doesn't strip them. What are we doing? I missed something. Lovely. Okay, see what we need to do here with this? There's a little lip down here, and it needs to go underneath this. This part's
Chris,
on
you
top.
may want to pull. You may want to pull the drive up a little bit to show that better. Yeah.
Okay, do you see see that little bend in there, that little piece of metal? That needs to go underneath right here. That helps lift this mechanism up. This part goes here, which pushes it down.
How do you get it under there?
Well, I've got to undo some stuff now.
Okay, so in a sequence you want to watch that.
Yes. Here. There we go. Stay. Now we might also have a challenging time with this too. So, okay, this is what lever actuates this to close it, open it. I may have to pull the face off again. I do things too fast here. Okay, there's this little groove piece here. And it's going to go right into here and through here on the face. The other side needs to sit into here. And this little rod will have to go, so we'll have to push this down a little bit to get the rod to go and to sit up here on this plastic or nylon piece. get my screwdriver and I push that little rod in far enough. Now this is a little nylon thing, seats right into there. Now I can secure the face. Actually is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go grab this little spacer here. And this is going to go in and it's just going to snap on. Just like that. And I have the lever.
Hey, for those tuning in for Rodolfo and BCM64, we're gonna run a few minutes late. We're getting much closer on the 1541 here that Chris is working on, and we'll then move over to Rodolfo with BCM64. So enjoy how this thing is coming back together.
Okay, you remember these little screws? I don't know what they call these. But they are going to, if I can get this to hold together. Need that. You can see, if you look down onto that little rod there, you can see where it seats. You can see a little thing there. If you just look down in where it's supposed to sit down, and that's where you screw it down. Get that in there. Snug. Next. And there's two of them.
Hey, a good suggestion from MGAS here. I think these things are called grub screws or set screws.
Set screws, yes. Thank you.
I remember ending up buying a whole box of those because I notoriously lose these independent of the piece of equipment I'm working on.
There are still a lot of these screws you can still get at the hardware store. And I've even found a couple of these E-clips too. I've had drives where they've been missing and I was able to replace them.
A Canadian friend of mine recently sent me a whole bag of spare parts for drives. He had a drive that he was going to get rid of, and he's kind enough to put a whole bunch of spare parts in, and it's all these parts that you keep on losing when you work on this stuff.
It's really easy. They're so small. It's frustrating. You know, you can be looking at them on the floor and not know they're there. Okay, and I'm going back to secure the control boards here. And I remember we had the little screw with the nylon washer on there, and that goes right here. If I can find out where that thing. Just about together here. We're almost done. Woo. Get in there. going on here. I don't know why that mattered, but it did.
Chris, these past 3 hours, and I agree here with Thamgas, they just flew by. This is really this is really cool. It's going to be a
Hey, guys.
very nice piece of history preserved.
The only thing that I didn't do now was clean this. I'll use my little stuff here. Where's my? Are we doing on time? Am I a little over?
Hey, Chris, you are, but that's okay. Rodolfo is very flexible. He's going to do a live session, and in his usual style, he'll make it work. So don't worry, okay?
Okay.
Everybody wants to see this.
All right. Now with this apart, it would have been easier to clean it that way, but I went ahead and assembled it. So you just need enough room to get into there to clean it. Okay, can you see where I'm getting? Can you see that? It's the head. See that little white square with a line through it? That's the head. That's the reed head. So I'm gonna just lightly clean like that. I'm gonna get that nice and clean. That actually looks really good. Okay. And that's done. That's how to clean a head. All right. I'm rushing this, obviously, trying to get this put back so you can see how to.
Chris, no need to rush. No need to rush.
I just feel like I'm under time pressure here.
No need to rush, Chris. There's sufficient flexibility in the schedule. We all want to see this through. No need to rush.
Okay. 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 See how I've placed that back into the chassis. There's the little grooves on the side of the drive. I'll pull this back out again and just I need to go through it again here. So, all right. So these little grooves. I'm gonna hold it up to this camera. These little grooves right here that you can see are what will go to these on the chassis. And that's where we're going to fasten it. Goes back in. So wires tend to like to hang and catch on things, so take it easy and don't muscle it in at all. There we go. Nice and easy. There we go. Or maybe. Oh. Hey guys, before I put that in, does anybody know what I forgot? I have a drive belt.
What did you forget? The belt.
The belt.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Chris, on those belts, do you typically have to renew them? Do you see these go bad? I know you do a lot of work on tape drives as well, and I hear you always replace those, but these, do you see these go bad typically?
Well, if you look at this one here, so I'll go under this camera here. You see how it has that kink in there?
Yeah.
Generally, I would replace that. The belt itself, you know, looking at it, still looks in good shape.
Okay.
If I were doing a proper overhaul, I would replace it.
These are easy to get.
You can get them from Console 5 when they have them in.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Okay, another question that came in, Chris. You know how you have that little pressure pad on the other side of the reed head, on the drive head, that little pad. Do you typically do anything with that? Do you like replace it or otherwise?
Well, I haven't, because I don't know where to get replacements for it.
Okay.
So
that may be something.
If I had a source to replace them, yeah, I'd be for replacing those. Glue a new one on.
Okay. Cool. So we'll throw that in the group. Maybe someone will have something, or maybe someone can comment there what they did to solve that.
Okay, remember when we took the belt off? I simply just rotated here and just eased it off. It's the same way going back on. Just get it close into place. So I'm just putting pressure on just to hold it with my finger here. So, and I just ease it in. See how I'm doing that? Just ease it in, nice and easy. That's it. Simple to change.
Nice.
I get a lot of joy just watching these things work. You can take the tops off and just watch them as you're loading discs and just watching the whole mechanism work. The head's moving back and forth. It's just, I think it's just neat. We should probably resecure this. So let's see if these are small enough. A pair of scissors here too. Tools, where's all my tools? This will just keep it from binding up in the mechanism. Now, if you want, you don't have to get black. I've seen all sorts of colors. So if you want like a neon purple or yellow or something like that, you can certainly do that. See what I'm doing? Okay. I'll just keep it out of the way. Secure it. Just for comparison. Okay, just for comparison. So the screws, see those?
Yes.
Okay, the one that's going to go into, that mounts this to the frame, it's a bigger screw and it has a coarser thread than the one that will go into the cover. And then if you also look at this, the screws that secure the frame to the case, they're even coarser thread than these. So the really coarse thread ones are for plastic. This one here will be to mount the drive to the frame, and then that to put the case together. So if there's any questions, a little something extra. I'm just going to start these by hand because I don't want them cross threading. I'm going to finish it up with the drill. bottom case. I'll run it over, run it under the faucet, scrub it down, nice and clean. That's just for today. Put it back together. I like to hand tighten these going into the plastic. It just makes me too nervous trying to put a power tool to this.
Hey, Chris, just for your information, I've started packing drives in boxes here. They'll be on my on their way to you. I'd like to get them that squeaky clean.
Well, it feels better. It just runs better. It's really nice. So you can see by how quickly I'm putting this together. Some of these little tools just, they make all the difference. I remember when the first one that I took apart, tried to put back together, I was really fighting getting these in. Just trying to get things lined up. I always drop them and then they'd roll down underneath. Yeah.
By the way, I really like that Lazy Susan ID that you got here for drive repair. That's really handy.
It's, yeah. Funny thing is that I came up with this idea with my chairs here in the office. I said something on the chair and then I spun it around. And hey, I could use something like that.
Yeah, great idea.
And it really does help. Spinning them around just makes it nicer. It's what just makes it that much more enjoyable fixing these. Take some of the tedium out of it. One more. Board. For the board. I found it easier just to start the screws. And when I get a few of them in, then I can start tightening them down. Sorry, guys. One, two, three, four, five. Quite frequently, I get drives with screws. These screws just gone. I had one that had only two. One of them held down the board and the other on the side. So I went in and up to the hardware store and got some replacements. Frequently, you'll see them also stripped. Okay, so these have a little notch on the side here. Notch goes in. Okay. See if you can see this. See, there's a slightly bent pin. Shouldn't have to force anything. You don't want broken pins. They're too hard to replace. There. What am I missing here? Wow, that's just smooth. It's easier to get these little dimples in first. And then work this side in. Hopefully without cutting any wires. This shielding takes the same type of screw that goes on the motherboard. So it'll be the screw with the little lock washer on it. All righty. Look what we have here.
Chris, this is absolutely awesome. This is really cool. Chris, I know we need to wrap it up here to allow Rodolfo to start with his BCM demo, but I'm obviously keen, as everybody else is, to maybe see if tomorrow or Sunday we can find a slot to actually see and hear this this thing run. Everybody wants to see that you know, it powers up still. But this has been fantastic. You know, I don't think there's any videos on YouTube that go into this type of detail. This is absolutely fantastic, and this is going to be a cool preservation for a lot of people to go into, wind back. I thank you very much for doing this. I am hoping that in your Discord channel, where there's been very lively conversation, you'll jump back in and see if there's more questions. There's good conversation that took place there. There's good suggestions that came out there as well. So
Yes.
hopefully you'll hang around there, Chris.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this, to be able to help. It's something that I'm just proud that I can be able to contribute to the preservation of these great machines. You know, I think these disk drives are just phenomenal works of art. So I hope it helps everybody to be able to at least have a little more courage into helping fix their own, keep their own units up and running. So kudos to all the guys.
I think a lot of people will have, Chris.
Thank you for joining, and I appreciate the time, the patience. So I'll be back on Discord if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks so much.
Welcome.
Hi, Jim. Will we see how we can get Rodolfo up on screen?
Sure. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can.
I don't have control of it. You actually do. So if you want to hand it back, you can do that.
Set you back as I'm going to set you back as host.
Okay. Well, I can reclaim the host apparently. Interesting.
I think you're a host again.
Yes, I am. Okay, so let's go find Rodolfo. There he is. And let's go make him a panelist. And all right, so we need to unmute you. Are you there,
Wait.
Rodolfo?
I think so. Wait, is my audio good or is it?
Audio's great. We have
Okay.
no video that I
Hear
can
ya.
tell. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you just fine.
Let me start something here.
Ah, there you
Yeah,
are.
there you
Oh,
are.
yeah.
Hey, nice.
Hey, I'm not flipped like this from my pictures, right? That's awesome. Yeah, no, like I said, awesome, Chris. Like I said, that's fantastic for the drive. You know, I was kind of sitting there on the edge of my seat, just waiting for it to come to life or like to get put back together. So you did great, man. You did great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
no extra parts, which was a big
Yeah.
plus.
They're all back in.
Yeah, everything
Great.
needed down
Okay,
to the
well,
last bit.
ladies and gentlemen, so Rodolfo here happens to be Grandmaster Fu of various things. Not NBA Jam as we know, but that's a long story between him and
Yeah.
I. So
Pretty good.
he's going to do a presentation on what's called the BMC 64, which is the bare metal 64. And bare metal is typically associated nowadays, for whatever reason, as low-level hardware direct programming. Back in the day where we all come from, that was usually known as programming in general because we didn't have an upper level language or barriers to deal with. So with that being said, the floor is yours.
Yeah, and welcome to everyone who's watching or is tuned in. Like I said, I know we're all just kind of busy on a Friday night, and you all tune on in. So that's fantastic that you all are here. So thank you again for tuning on in. Again, was it BMC 64 or was it Bare Metal 64? It's kind of a cool little fantastic emulator for your Raspberry Pi. I believe it runs on a Raspberry Pi Zero, and there is a download file for that. But in our case, we're just going to use an older Raspberry Pi 2 because this Pi 3, I will use it for something else. So I'm not going to quite try to use a BMC 64 for that. So I have an older Pi 2. I was like, you know what, purpose it for something. Let's make something of it. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So again, I guess I can probably just unhook all this stuff and show you the awesome fantasticness of what is the older Pi 2. You know, again, I think I used it for something a couple years back, and it's just been sitting in my desk drawer since. But whenever BMC 64 came out, that kind of piqued my interest. Like, well, you want to still use it, why not make use of it? So, yeah, that's what we'll kind of do. Of course, to get started, have a Raspberry Pi 2 and or better. The original Pi doesn't work, unfortunately. It just doesn't have the raw power that's needed to emulate the 64. So, you know, have your Pi on hand. Of course, a cool, awesome micro SD card. I just use a small 16 gigabyte one because, you know, I'm not going to load it up with so much programs that I'm going to need that much of a big of a micro SD card. So yeah, you know, you just put it in, and yeah, we'll just kind of get started. Where kind of from the start to finish side of things, and of course here shortly I'll share my screen to show you what it is I'm actually doing here. Give me a moment. I got to find my my USB drive of all things. Where's the USB? Oh, it's right here. Perfect. And I believe, and then I was talking about it, if I can share the screen, because share my desktop, because that's I think the best thing that we can do. Optimize screen, advanced, maybe.
Yep, just go to share screen on the bottom
Yeah,
side
okay.
there and click that. And
Okay,
then at
cool.
that point, you should be able to select whatever window you want and then make sure you've got the audio set for your computer audio sharing.
Okay, so hopefully it did show
Yep.
up, I think. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And with this being said, I mean, I think you just see my main web browser window, which is fine. So from the get-go, we'll just go to the BMC 64, is it accentual.com, accentual.com. And once you go here, it brings you to the awesome, beautiful page of, hey, BMC 64. And it tells you about it. Hey, you know, I think it's version 3.6 now. The awesome features about it. And what I loved about it, heck, you know, 4.1 second boot time. Why not? You know, what is it, true 50, 60, was it hertz, smooth scrolling. To make a long story short, and for whatever reason, on the Windows side, I cannot get that screen tearing to stop. Like, it's always been there since I've used that emulator for the last 15 years. Like, I've tried setting stuff, I've tried moving stuff around for like the Windows WinVice. I just couldn't do it. So who knows? But this gentleman got it perfect, and it works really fantastic. So I was like, okay, I just have to check this out for myself. So from the get-go, just downloaded you this BMC64 file, a zip file here. Save it wherever. In my case, I'm just gonna open it up because I'm just gonna copy the files to my SD card anyway. So give it a moment. I think their servers aren't the blazing most fast. I think it only downloads at like 500K a second or something from the server, but that's their side. And personally, I think it's best if you format a micro SD card to just FAT32 and then copy those files from your downloaded file straight onto it. But it's just because if you try to write the image with like Win32 image little program, well, I don't know if it actually uses the entire the entire disk. Maybe it does. I just haven't messed with it. But for my sake, and it's easier, hey, just grab the zip file, open it up, and then we will actually drag that file or whatever. So right now, can you actually see the actual zip file or like the contents? I'm not sure if you just see the actual web page still.
Well, we see just your web page with a gray screen on top of it of some kind.
Oh, okay. So then I wonder how
You
I
just
can tell
moved
it to actual, tell it to share this screen instead.
You have to actually go back and click on share screen again, and then
do it
select
again.
select the new one. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. I wonder if it'll let me actually do that.
Yeah. If you just click share screen again, then you can go and select which one you want.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Of course, it's not gonna make it work for myself half the time when I try to do this, huh? That's all right. So in short, I just had this Explorer window open, copy those files to a micro SD card. That's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm just trying to actually get this to show that.
Well, exit out of your browser window and then try to do your screen share again.
Ah, there you go. Oh, there it is. Of course, move your mouse cursor to the top, and that option comes up. Perfect.
Yep.
Maybe we can do this. Aha.
There you go.
So you can see the files.
Yep.
So more or less, I'm a format set file. Let me just format it real quick for the sake of to get it out of here. Yes. We're good. So as your little micro SD format, again, FAT32 to be done with it, just so that if you never want to add programs or something later, you can. And it's just as easy connected to your machine, drag your new games, demos, whatever you want on it. So yeah, we'll work with that. It's done, close. We'll extract all files. Obviously, it's going to show up that gray screen just prompting, hey, where should I put all these files? Well, put it to your newly formatted micro SD card so that after it extracts, it's going to start extracting, and then we kind of have to wait for that. That's all right. And of course, it does take a little bit just to write out all the files to the micro SD card itself. So as it's writing, as you can see, it is populating the files as need be. just writing it all, kind of getting things ready. A fortunate thing is you kind of have to do some prep work after you've extracted those zip contents onto your micro SD card. Was it legal purposes? You don't want to put copyrighted ROMs, kernels, BASIC, and all that into your emulator because, well, that's not their part of it. So you kind of have to do some just a little renaming just to be sure it'll actually work for you. So now it did tell me that, hey, I'm finally wrote out. So you should see all these drives. It's kind of self-explanatory. If it's, in your carts, you put your cart files within the embedded folders, and you can organize this the way you personally want to. You don't have to, have to take this. I mean, heck, you can even just highlight it, delete, yeah, because you don't like the way they did that, go to your disks folder. I kind of don't like that. We'll just clear all that out. Just because whether I want to create a new folder, whatever, demos, can make a new folder, games. You can organize it the way, to your specifics, so that when you go to navigate, hey, it's actually gonna work for you. Pretty fantastic. So the next important thing is, and now let me do a new share. Let's go back to my web browser here. We'll actually go to this fantastic site, zimmers.net, which is awesome for just grabbing whatever you're needing specifically. So the essentially the 4 files that we need according to BMC64, and it tells you here, you must obtain a minimum Commodore 64 kernel, character, or was it character gen, was it CarGen basic, and a D5041 2-ROM, and put those into the root of your micro SD card. And you will have to name it specifically that. I'm pretty sure if it's Linux, it's, it has to be that. You can't have a lowercase name on it. It might not find it because it's, pretty strict about that. So please, if you're using Windows, for sure, you might want to go into your settings, into your folder options for Windows, and then tell it, and I will show it here momentarily once I can get this shared for y'all. Folder options, shared. So I'm using the old crusty Windows 7, but just go to your view, and right here where it says hide extensions for known file types. By default, it's checked, but you want to take that off because you want to rename the files accordingly, and you can't have extensions tied to it. By default, it wants to save it as a binary file, .bin, and BMC64 is going to yell at you if that extension's there when you go to copy the files over. So for our sake, let's hide those extensions, or actually not hide them so that we can see it. I apologize. Yeah, so that we can see it. Oh, and it did stop, but let me share it again, fellers. Yo, that's all right. Screen share it again. There we go. So of course, with that being said, we just know we need kernel, character, basic, and disk drive ROM. So I did take the honors of, once we go to here to this fantastic zimmers.net website, we know we need basic, and here basic.901226 is essentially the only basic ROM that was ever out there. So all right, sounds good. I'll click it. We'll save the file, and then we'll go to BMC64, and this is where I'll name it basic, or all caps. So just to be sure though, that it saved it as that and didn't put the binary extension. Yeah, see, and that's exactly what it did. And you do have to be very careful about that when you're naming it, because see, as it did here, basic.bin, that's just because of the way the Firefox saved it. And that's why you want to see those extension names from your Windows settings. So that'll get you. But now we just rename it, delete that garbage out of there, so it's just basic. And then of course, hey, if you name it, it might become unusable. Well, yeah, whatever, that's fine, because you want to purposely name it that. Now we got our basic. Now on to the next thing. Let me share back to my web browser again. All right. And now we need a, let's see here, kernel. This is the first revision of the thing. There's one specific kernel, and I'm pretty sure that's it, but let me double check to making sure reviews. Yep. I'm gonna say that's it, but then I'll know just because once I go to use it, it's all right. Yeah. This kernel was probably only used in early North America units, whatever you want to do. But I do have a cheat sheet here, which I'm gonna look right now. 901.226 for this kernel. Oh, here we are. Nope, that's it. So it's actually 03. And word, yep, right here. And I apologize for that because I was like, wait a second, there's a couple of them listed. So if you want the latest and greatest, is this one, kernel.901227-03. which it explains is the third and essentially the last revision of the Commodore 64 kernel. Cool. We need to snag that file from us, and that's what exactly we're going to do. We're going to dump it back and call it kernel. And of course, I will have to go back to that folder because it probably wrote it with that file extension yet again, kernel.bin, and that's exactly what it did. So let me fix that. Yep, so now it is kernel, just the name kernel in all caps. So now we have our basic, the kernel. Now we're going to need a character ROM, which I think our only ones that we're going to need. Character generator ROM. It's going to be this bad boy right here, the character 901.225.01. Just to be sure I'm not snagging the wrong one. 901.225.01. Perfect. That's the ROM that we need. So let's save that ROM to the root of your micro SD card that you're preparing for the old Raspberry Pi of all things. And that one is called what is it? CarGen character gen. I hope I saved that right. But just to be sure, yep. Was it CharGen, something like that. We'll leave it at that, and let me roll back in there, making sure it is worded that. CarGen, where are you, buddy? It seemed to disappear on me. Well, we're gonna do this live. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. I didn't see it before. It did say I already saved it. So if I open it up, it is hiding from me. That is the craziest thing. It is hiding from me. Oh, there it is. And whatever, refreshed it. It's there. It's just Windows wasn't doing it. And that's what I get for using and pushing an old Windows 7 for now. That's all right. All right, cool. So last but not least, we need a ROM file for your disk drive. It does call for a D1541 2 ROM. So let's go hunt that on this awesome Zimmers.net website. Thank you, by the way. That's awesome. Let's see. And if you scroll to the very top, there is a link for the drives firmware. Cool. We'll check it out. And we know we want a 1541. Click the 1541 drive. Now we're on a hunt for the 1541-2. And the one that I did use was this first one here, the 1541-2.251.968-03. That was released in 97. There's this one here, but apparently it appeared on some newer, Neutronics mechanism. So that's fine. We'll just use this original one for the sake of. We'll save that file. I think it was called D1541 capital II for the 2. So it's named as this D1541 2. You save it, but of course just go back into your micro SD card and rename it so that it doesn't have that .bin extension, because I can almost guarantee, and then I'll show you all again. Right here, wouldn't you know it, it's where's it at here? Let me refresh this because this was kind of giving me grief. Yeah, so that'll get you. Again, this is why earlier we turned off that option to hide known extensions, because you want to be able to change this. Delete the .bin off that file. And yes, because you know that that's what you're purposely doing. Cool. So now it all summed up that now we're ready to more or less fire up the emulator, but we might want some demos, some games, something to try it out with, right? So let's get to that. Disks, and I did kind of copy or have set aside some files that we can work with. Example disks. There you go. I'm just going to dump all these files on over really quick, populate it. Just a bunch of them, a demo, some music just to kind of compare so that you can hear the audio of it. It does do pretty good on the RoboCop 3 soundtrack. It actually does pretty all right, amazingly for what it is. And we'll kind of talk I guess you can say shortcomings, but you know, with all emulators, there's always something off about it. But in that case, no, there you go. I just kind of copied whatever set files again. This is up to you, however you want to organize it. We can just do that real quick. I know that this was a demo. These two awesome things are games. Another demo. And then of course there's a CRT cart file which we can push to somewhere else. This is just music more or less. I'm just going to leave that out there. Awesome, fantastic. And of course Joust, I had to copy that one for it was released last month or maybe recently, but that's all right. We'll work with it. So cool. You've copied the files. You're happy with it. We can move it on over to the Raspberry Pi. We'll see. Now you see me. So you have your Raspberry Pi on hand. Again, this is the Raspberry Pi 2. Well, make use of it. Again, I've retired it a while ago, so make it useful again. Life's too short to eject, but I want to be sure that it was okay before you start pulling your micro SD card out. So we'll do that. We'll take it out, and we'll carefully insert it to where it needs to go. Oh, just something like that. Push it in. And the old Pi 2s, they did click when you push it in, but on the newer Pi 3 boards, it actually doesn't click. It just slides in. They did away with the actual locking mechanism of the micro SD card. So just keep that in mind. So on a Pi 3, it's not going to click for you. So that's all right. Well, you have it on hand. So you have your Pi, but now you need something, the devices like a keyboard, maybe a mouse, a controller, and one that I've had laying around for like the longest time, a PlayStation controller. Yes, I know it's probably the world end. There you go, world's ending. You shouldn't be using a PlayStation, but to me, this is probably the best one out there. So, for this demonstration's sake, we will be configuring this to make use of it, and this adapter, it's been around forever. I've probably had it for more than 10 years. Some cheap eBay PlayStation to a USB, but it works for BMC 64. It actually does a treat, and that's what we'll go to set up, because it does require a little bit of setup once you've started the emulator, because the controller doesn't quite work instantly. Some controllers do, but this particular generic adapter, it really doesn't. So for our sake, we do have our you have your 4 USB ports. We'll plug in our joystick. Well, I did have this wireless generic keyboard. I'm sure many of you have already seen this at some point. Maybe it's hey, check it out, keyboard. This works fantastic, but unfortunate thing is I lost the dongle to this somewhere. It disappeared. Did the cat eat it? I really don't know. So I'm just gonna have to use a standard USB keyboard for demonstration purposes. Which the full size keyboard. Oh yeah, all wired up and everything. There you go. But it works. It lights up pretty. Works just fine. So again, I would prefer, if you can, just a small keyboard so that you can just kind of have it on hand and work with the emulator. But nah, I lost it. So. All right, fellas. So yeah, we'll plug that in. So now we have the controller and keyboard. I did try out the mouse emulation. It works good, but I think it might have been the mouse, but it was kind of really sensitive. So me trying to play Maniac Mansion with the mouse, it wasn't having it, because I would barely move the mouse and it would shoot that arrow way across the other side of the game. Again, there might be settings to adjust that, but I didn't find anything like that. So cool. So now we have that. I'm gonna connect the HDMI real quick here, fillers. I don't mean to get you alienated from like what I'm doing. I'm just connecting these things over here to the screen over here. That's all I'm currently doing, getting it ready so we can fire it up and then see what it'll do. Okay, cool. With that being said, power HDMI, micro SD card is in, and you wrote your favorite Fantastic Games demos, whatever you're wanting to experiment with on the 64. Let me move this around to the screen now. Oop, if it'll actually stay for us, and it may not. We'll see. Oh, come on, stay. Of course not. Oop. And if you hear noises in the background, my 4-year-old son's probably having a fun time out there, so we'll apologize for that. So let's power up and see what's going to happen. Hopefully it'll autofocus for us momentarily. Oh, we have life. There you go, just like that. For demonstrations, let me turn that off and power it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost 5. There you get it. 4.1 second. I guess is what they claim. The screen probably lagged firing up. There you go. See, hello, hello CRX peeps. There you go. And a smiley face. Does that work? Of course. Look at that smiley face. Perfect. And there. I mean, it's just it fires up to your more common or more recognized screen. And yeah. We'll see what we can do with it. Again, from get-go, controller's not going to work. Just keep in mind, F12 is your friend. Because once you hit F12, you get these beautiful options. It tells you what it's currently on. Auto start, program disk, machine, where you can tell it for a specific different things. And I apologize for that focus thing, but this camera likes to give me a hard time. But for our safety's sake, let's go to joy ports. We'll tell for port 2 to use the USB gamepad 1, because that's what we're going to try to configure. And then there's an option for configuring the USB gamepad 1. And all this stuff, don't let it intimidate you just yet. There's this beautiful option here that says monitor raw USB 1 data. And if you enter that, and if you start to do this, you can see values changing up there. And you can kind of keep note of it. I want to use this specifically, this directional here, but I've noticed access to is changing for left and right. It's changing values. Cool. Just keep that in mind. Axis 2 is your left and right. And if I go up and down, see how that other value for axis 3 changes. So axis 2 and axis 3 is our friends. And obviously, if you want to map buttons too, those values up in the corner. Sorry that the lighting's kind of bad, but those values change, and it tells you, hey, if I press this X button, I have a value of 10. And if I press the square button, I have a value of button 11. So if you hit escape, that's how you will tell it right here. Analog X, which is your left and right, which when we were demoing it earlier was 2. So just switch that to a 2. And then for the Y, up and down, that was 3 for the axis. So now up and down on the PlayStation controller will work accordingly. So then earlier when we were doing button 10 and button 11, button 10 was your X on the PlayStation. I personally like that as a jump button. So I'm going to set that up to a jump, which is my up button. So this is going to act as my up, and that'll work great on a game that we'll try here momentarily. Button 11 was a square button right here on the PlayStation pad. So I'm gonna have that as your normal fire button. Perfect. And if you want to get even more fancier, you can actually program these back buttons back here for a menu button for like your right trigger or your R2 button, and then your menu back button, your L2 button, which again, if you need to know what buttons those are, go back to your monitor raw USB 1 data, hit that, and press it. Okay, so this is 1. According to that, that's 1. This is 0. So L2 is 0, and R2 is 1. Cool. We'll hit escape, and we'll go to that. So then 0, I'm gonna have this as my menu back button. Yep, menu back button, and then your button 1 function is gonna be menu. Cool. And if you're happy with those settings, we'll go back. And also something to remember, save your settings. Please save your settings, because you don't want to go through this configuration and the next time you power up, it's all gone. So please press enter on save settings. Settings saved, and just press escape or your menu back button, like how I have set here now. So let's say you're playing a game and just want to try something else. Since I put my R2 as a menu button, it goes to the menu, and after you're done setting preferences or something, press your L2 for back, and you're back to your main screen. So a final thing that I like to do, some of you like the scan lines. I mean, do you all like scan lines, or are you that awesome, or are you, true OG? You must have scan lines. Well, fortunate thing is that is enabled by default. So it does look, and you see the scan line just like an old CRT screen, and it emulates it pretty fantastic. But in my case, I might actually turn it off. I'm going to turn off that scaling interpolation off. And also, this CRT shader, enable it, and I think I'm going to turn it off. We're good. No. So now we don't have scan lines and or shaders of any kind. It's all super pixelated. Again, you all might have different preferences. Please configure it. And after you're satisfied, save the settings again. Cool. So now that we have it set up, it's running, it's working the way it should. Well, I think we want to play something. So we'll choose a game. We'll see how this configured PlayStation 2 pad works. I'm gonna auto start something. We're gonna go to the disks folder, because that's where I dumped everything to. But before we get too crazy, let me do a quick music test, and hopefully it won't be unbearingly loud. We'll see. Start the speaker. Some of you all might be familiar with Skate or Die. As soon as it starts up for us, and I won't try to make it blur out your guys' eardrums. And you noticed, and I've noticed an error. Well, the electric guitar and everything else is super quiet. That's because, well, there's difference in SID chips. We all knew that. Right now, it's on the 8580. We'll switch it to the 6581 and back out. And I hear the guitar. Again, I apologize for that focus, man. This camera is wrecking me. But anywho. And quick shout out to, what is it?
Volume a little bit.
Oh, is it pretty unbreakable? I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
There we go, like that.
Yeah, your volume actually got louder too, just out of your microphone.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, maybe it was Zoom doing its thing, and I apologize for the unbearably loud audio. But it's a quick demo. It does the sound pretty good for what it is. Is it 100% perfect? Maybe not, but the Skate or Die intro is usually a good indicator that you can test it with, and it does all right. Might as well roll with it. So again, a quick shout out to, yes, I think NTSC 60 Hertz is a correct tempo for this, but as a style of Chrome, it's been a running joke with us for the last 10 plus years or something like that. So there you go. For this demonstration, it's at 50 Hertz. It's played slower, but that's to his liking. So once he watches this later on, there you go, style. All for you, buddy. But cool. So sounded all right. Plays sound. Well, how does it do on a game? Well, the game does okay once we can find it. I for us, we'll play. Where's that game at? We'll even play Space Taxi. That's always a fun one. We'll do that one. Again, hopefully it'll actually. There we go. It'll actually adjust itself. One of these times I will have to pick up on a super awesome capture card, HDMI capture card or something like that, so I can just directly share it and be done with it. So, but you know, for us now, we will just aim the awesome camera. Yes, it's dark, but you know, it's pretty good. And yes, BMC64 does work with Jiffy DOS, so you will have to put them into your micro SD card so that you can tell it and point it to your Jiffy DOS ROMs for both the disk drive and the actual Commodore kernel itself, just letting you know. And then you'll get those speed enhancements. But for the sake, I just left it 100% stock, so you do have to bear through the load time.
Hey, Rodolfo.
What's up?
Can you turn down your mic volume just a little bit?
Oh, yeah, here.
Apparently,
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
It's oh man. Where are you guys? And I apologize if it's bleeding people
No, I'm not
out.
sure why it got louder. I mean, to me, it's not so bad, but Yuri is over here
Oh,
crying, apparently.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you know how Yuri is.
So if is this still good right here?
That's good, yeah. I think it's good.
Okay, yeah, see, so I did turn off that option for automatically adjust microphone volume. That thing was bouncing around. Whoops. Okay, so as long as that's good, we're live.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, cool. Nope, we're good. Well, hopefully once this focuses on in, it'll actually play. Of course, some good old Space Taxi. We'll see what we can do. And this is a good simulator for as to why I'm not a taxi. But we'll check it out. But it is what is it? 50 hertz since it's set to PAL right now. Don't let this video actually judge it that it's all jerky video. The thing doesn't play good. It's just my actual stream or the actual settings. And I apologize that it's not grabbing it as such. I can probably improve this. 1 second. Okay, good. I'm gonna see if killing this light is actually gonna work. 1 second, fellers. Oh, of course not. Oh man. Technical
Yeah, you may want to
difficulties.
put up a book or something.
Webcam
Rodolfo.
hates life, and I apologize if it looks just a big old blocky barricade. But
Hey,
on the bright
Rodolfo.
side, it's playing. Yeah.
You may want to put up a book or a post-it or something next to it, and the camera will zoom on that, and that will be equal to the screen. And
Oh, yeah.
That will
Yeah,
help.
here.
And maybe lowering the brightness of your.
It could be
screen on
whatever's
the
in
left
front
side.
of your camera there too on the desk is causing the
Oh,
focus problem.
gotcha. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe something is. And I apologize. This camera has been giving me grief for the sake of.
Well, look,
Here.
you're dying over there. Get on your game, buddy.
I'm trying to see.
Get your priorities straight here.
Yeah, no, it's all right. No, see, there you go. He's done on Space Taxi. It's all right. But again, it works. It plays pretty fantastic. You know, if you all just have a spare Raspberry Pi just laying around, it's just kind of a quick setup how to get it going. And if you want to add something later on, you know, just take out the micro SD card and modify it as such. You can actually have a USB memory stick and be accessing it through that instead, so you don't have to keep taking out that micro SD card out every time you're actually wanting to add to it. So, but also be warned too with BMC64. You do have to have all your devices, keyboards, mouses, and everything attached prior to the power up because it'll only scan it one time. So you can actually hot swap, let's say a USB memory stick or like a joystick. It just won't see it till you power back down and then power it back up. So that's all right though. That's just kind of a given. So just be warned. Always power down, make your changes, and then power back up. Oh man, This is like a silhouette of something. Like, trust me, this ain't on an old Commodore PET or something. That's not the case this time. Oh. We'll see, buddies. All right, there we go. Drop them off. Again, you can't hear the audio okay, or it does play its digitized sounds. It's pretty screechy to the ears, but it's music to some. Pad 1. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, we're gonna get it. Nope, death. And this is why I am not a taxi driver, because this simulator just will not let me win. That's awesome. Here, we'll go back. But yeah, again, just remember F12's your friend. That's to get to your menus, to your settings of everything that you want to do within the emulator itself. Again, you can swap your ports, set your port specifically, etc., etc. Oh man, that focus in here. Let's see if I can trick it. Meaning, if I hold it, I guess, but I just don't want the motion sickness. The motion sickness will get to us. But yeah, it does everything. You can change your SID model. Obviously, some want the newer 8580, some want the 6581s, and yeah, cool stuff. You just populate your micro SD card to whatever games and stuff that you're wanting. Maybe there's a demo here. Maybe so. Just to kind of end it as such, but that's all right. But it does play the demos. Again, it is set at default at the old PAL stuff. I know PAL and NTSC is a big thing, but cool. Let me set this down for a moment. Get us back into the thing. Oh, it's doubling up. See, it's sort of focused, but I know it's going to unfocus itself. Let me get some light back on here real quick for us. Fun stuff. Anywho, it's plays you some demos. It'll do what you want it to do. You can see me for just a little bit longer before I kind of wrap this up anyway. It was just kind of a quick how to get the micro SD card prepped, name your files accordingly, because again, those file extensions or whatever, it'll bite you. Fun stuff. There you go.
All right.
I was gonna say, if anyone was curious, that was the demo. We are demo. It's actually pretty good.
All right. Well, thank you for doing that, because that there's a lot of work I know that you have to walk through and make sure everything is set up correctly. And
that's my wife, Allie. For those of you who are wondering, yes, that's the one with our picture that's flipped like this because of
sideways.
AJ, was it? Can you say hi, buddy?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
There you go. So was it along with all of us enjoying our Commodores? Well, we got families and stuff. Some of us do, so we gotta include them too. So
for sure,
yeah, he enjoys it. But yeah, again, thank you all for tuning on in. I know some of y'all might have to work tomorrow, and thank you for staying up. For sure.
So we're going to have you over in Discord, of course. So people that are watching, they can go to Discord, and there's a BMC 64 room that's set up, and there's some links and files and stuff in there as well.
For sure, Jim. Again, thank you for having me. Maybe next time I'll have to think of another creative presentation or like project to do. Just
cool.
Show it for everyone.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Yep. All right, buddy. Can you say bye, buddy?
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. What is it? Till next time, everyone. Take care.
All right.
Later. Yep.
Take care.
Take care.
Yuri. Okay, well, so I guess that's going to wrap things up for today. We don't have any actual other presentations. This actually went quite a bit longer than we thought it was going to be today. Typically Fridays at CRX are kind of set up really because people are kind of getting into, into town in Las Vegas. And that's pretty much gonna show and tell and set up your stuff. And we end up going, grabbing dinner late at night and kind of hanging out till 1 or 2 in the morning, setting up our rooms and stuff. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to switch over to Slay Radio, which is, they were nice enough to allow us to do live stream. And I will see you guys. First of all, real quick, don't forget we have auctions that are coming up. I'm going to unlock the auctions shortly, and you'll be able to click on the links, and they're on eBay, and they're going to be a 24-hour auction. And so every hour on the hour until 11 o'clock tonight, we have auction things that are going live, and they'll be for 24 hours. And so we've got an Ultimate 64, we've got a 64 Reloaded Mark II board, we have some CBM Stuff products. We even have an original in the box disc notcher. Can you believe that? Survived the wrath of time. So quite a few things around up there. I think Chris from who did the 1541 overhaul is going to be doing some kind of a overhaul kit. So that'll have like a belt and some other stuff in that. And so that'll be an auction item, and I'll be adding that shortly as well. So I guess we will all see you tomorrow. It's at 10 o'clock in the morning is when this starts. And it starts with all of our performers, which is great. All the guys and girls. Paula Powered actually starts the event off tomorrow morning. And it's all the latest and greatest, actually old too, Sid artists and chiptunes artists. So I'll see you guys in the morning. Have a good night.